and welcome everyone to round 8 of Norway Chess 2023. I'm your host, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and I'm delighted to be joined here today by Fiona, Stahl, and Tone. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. It's a pleasure to be back. I haven't done much commentary on this channel lately, and I haven't worked with you in a long time, so I'm very happy to be back here with you for the last 2 rounds of this very exciting Norway chess tournament.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you here, and we have an exciting matchup today. We have Hikaru Nakamura playing with the black piece against Norway Abdusattorov. Norway's having a very up and down tournament. We saw the standings earlier. I think he's currently in the second half of the field. I think starting out, Hikaru will try to play it solid, but if there's chances, he will definitely try to take them. But tomorrow, we are set up, hopefully, for a very exciting finish. Hikaru will be playing against Fabiano. Hopefully, it will determine the tournament victor.
Yeah, today, Fabi is playing white against Wesley, which is, even with the white pieces, playing Wesley is always tough, of course. He's super solid, super strong. So we'll see what happens today. I agree with you. I think Hikaru will try and be solid for this classical game. We'll see what happens. But yeah, pretty much only the 2 players, Fabi and Hikaru, left in the running for tournament victory. I think I saw some stats earlier today. I think in 3rd place, Wesley has like 1%. Or something like that. Not a very high percentage of winning the tournament. So tomorrow, unless today something dramatic happens, tomorrow indeed, as you mentioned, Hikaru with white against Fabi, that will be super, super exciting, and hopefully the match for 1st place. We see the players are at the board. Do you want to make a prediction for the opening? What do you think we'll see?
I think Norway is going to play e4, and Hikaru has been defending himself with the move c5. Now, I would be really curious to see whether he's going to stick to his guns. I predict e4 from Norway, and fine. I'll stick with e4, c5, knight f3, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. I think we'll see a Russell Lemo.
Okay.
That is my prediction. What is yours?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have talked about predictions because I haven't followed much of the game so far, especially not the opening stages when I was mostly playing myself. But I do think the Sicilian is a good prediction. I hope we'll see a fight today. We saw, what was this tournament where Hikaru, was it the American Cup, where even with the black pieces, he was so ambitious. I think it was this game against Lenier that I'm thinking of, where a lot of us, myself included, thought we'd see something solid, but no, Hikaru going for the win with the black pieces. So I hope we'll see more of that today. Also depends, Nordibek, he's not only in the second half, he's actually in second to last place. So we'll also see if he wants to, try and maybe get I think it would be good for Hikaru if Nordibek was out for a fight today.
I'm pretty sure that Norway is going to be out for a fight. I mean, he always is. That's how he became the 2021 Rapid Chess Champion. Yeah. I mean, you don't become that if you just play 4 draws. And in the meantime, we see Hikaru being very focused. He's having his favorite Norwegian mountain water drink. That the green one is the one he likes. And he's also got a cup of coffee. But we also have some pretty exciting other pairings. We have Shahryar Marmajarov playing against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus hasn't won a game yet in classical chess, but he is 6 out of 6 in the Armageddon portion. Then we have Ali Reza Firouzja against Anish Giri. We have Gukesh against Aryan Tari. And as said before, we have Fabiano Caruana against Wesley So. So I guess we kind of hope that that game between Fabiano and Wesley ends in a draw. I think that's not a crazy prediction. And then it would be good if Hikaru wins his game against Norway. In that case, they might be tied going into the very last round. And in that case, maybe if they draw the last game, they will, then they might share first. But I think there's a very good chance, if I'm being very honest, that Hikaru will probably need to win his last game against Fabiano.
Yeah, well, today is going to set the stage. At the end of today's round, we will know what does Hikaru need tomorrow with white against Fabi. We see Hikaru there, as you mentioned, with the drink. He looks ready. I think the ceremonial first move just appeared on the board, the handshake, and they are going to be off in just a second. Nordibek with a smile. He seems in high spirits. Hikaru taking a sip of, what was the drink you said?
The Norwegian mountain water, and I think also he took a sip of his coffee. But I think we see the move d4 by Noderbeck on the board. I mean, that's a ceremonial first move, but generally the move they tell the person to make is the move they will stick with. So all predictions are off. Or I think it's d4, or is it e4? And again, against d4, I do think that Hikaru is just going to stick with the Nimzo. I mean, that's what he pretty much always plays.
Well, he took the pawn back, but I think it was on e4. Let's see.
Hikaru's... Oh, yep, you're right, e4. All right, and now the moment of truth. So Hikaru usually plays the Berlin defense, but in this tournament, he's been playing the Sicilian also in that game that you mentioned earlier against Lanier. And there we have e5. I think it makes sense to switch back because he's already showed a lot of his cards in the Sicilian defense. And he's just playing solid. That doesn't mean that he's playing for a draw. He just wants to keep all the pieces on the board and hope the chances will appear later. And we see Noderbeck perhaps being slightly surprised.
Yeah, he takes a second and plays knight f3. There's an interesting question in the chat from Hazuna. Has Hikaru ever played a classical game with Noderbeck before? I'm not sure, actually.
Great question. Yeah, no, I can't think of one either. I know that they have played, I guess, in some Rapid and Blitz events, but I can't think of a single classical game that they've played against each other.
And Pamela says she will check. Thank you so much for that. And we have Rui Lopez on the board, and it looks like Hikaru is angling for that Berlin defense.
So let's see what Noderbeck's going to do. This is also what Fabiano played against Noderbeck in round number, I forgot, 7 or so, or 6. In that game, I believe Noderbeck played d3, and after bishop c5 went into this line, bishop takes c6. But here he goes castles, and so Hikaru takes a pawn. He's either going to go d4 or rook e1. We saw Hikaru struggling a little bit out of the opening against Anish in an Armageddon, but rook e1, very solid approach by Noderbeck.
Benjamin, I always forget what the Berlin draw line is. Are we still following that?
No, the Berlin draw line is in case white plays d4, knight d6. Now the main line is to take, and we go into this endgame. This is what Anish played against Hikaru in one of the Armageddon games. Hikaru was in a little bit of trouble. He was slightly worse, but eventually he managed to turn things around and win the Armageddon game. But the Berlin draw starts with pawn takes e5, sacrificing this bishop. But if we take, white goes a4, trapping the knight, and black goes knight b4, white takes it, black goes d5, and after takes, they reach this position and the players shuffle back and forth. So that is the infamous Berlin draw. We have a different line here with rook e1, knight d6, knight takes c5, bishop b7. This is very solid for white though. Like white generally can hope for a very slight edge without too much risk. And rook e2, this is by the way the move that Wesley played earlier against Hikaru in the tournament.
Okay, so both players, nothing too surprising yet, I think. Maybe Nordibek was more expecting a Sicilian, but 100% he had to have something prepared here as well. So we see both blitzing out the moves so far. And now the knight jumps to c4. Can you tell us what that knight jump is about?
Yeah, Hikaru wants to put his pawn on d5, so then he can move out his bishop. And let's say he goes for something like knight e8. You do have to take the move d5 into consideration. White grabs a little bit more space. And here after knight c4, that isn't quite possible because you will hang the pawn on b2. And so, yeah, that's really the main idea. Black wants to go pawn at d5. So let's see what Noderbeck is going to do. I had a game, I believe was in the 2019 World Cup with Sarge. I played the move b6, which is also very solid. But knight c4, very solid alternative. And the good thing for Hikaru is that Noderbeck seems to be thinking.
Yeah, so what are some of the options in which white can respond here? How do you want to continue with your development?
Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, I think So what white can do is play something like, let's say, b3. The knight has to jump back to b6, I assume. And after knight c3, black does get the pawn on d5, but the knight on b6 doesn't have great prospects. The pawn on b3 nicely blocks out the knight. Now, at some point, black is going to go c6. It can go to d7 later, but even there, it's not super active. So I assume the game is going to develop something like this. But in these types of positions, white generally needs to show something quickly. Because if they don't, then let's say they play bishop f4 and black goes c6 and black goes bishop f5. I mean, I think black is doing absolutely fine here. So Norbek seems to be out of book, and that is a great thing for Hikaru, especially because Norbek is a player that can sometimes be a little bit too ambitious. He often has a tough time just, taking a draw, killing the game if he wants to, and then he might take a little bit too much risk.
Yes, this seems to be a good sign. By the way, Pamela, who had promised us to look it up, she says, I think this is their first classical game. Very exciting indeed, because Nordic really has been one of the big rising stars. As you mentioned, they've probably played, well, online for sure, a lot of games, but even over the board at all these Rapid and Blitz World Championships. So very curious to see how this first encounter will go. You said in this line that we were looking at, if white gives black some time to do everything that he wants to do, that black will have no problems. So how do you think white can be faster, let's say, or disturb this simple development?
Yeah, that is a great question. I honestly don't know. I mean, you probably need to have something prepared, and I don't. But actually, maybe I can play something like b3, maybe b6, and maybe something like a4 to try to harass the knight with a5. Now, let's say we go d5 here, a5, knight d7. Maybe even this is not a big deal, but it's something white can consider, right? And let's have a look. Like, let's say we go a5. This pawn over here can sometimes turn into a bit of a target, although I don't see right away how to attack it. Like, let's say knight c3, d5, bishop a3. Well, it's maybe something along these lines, like take, knight b5. You attack the pawn. You cannot play c6 because that allows a fork. So you move back, and after something like queen f3, here c6 might be a little bit difficult because of knight d6 jumps. And here, white could get a slight initiative with bishop d3, rook e1, and again, it's a little bit difficult to get rid of this knight. So perhaps an approach with an early b3 and a4, kicking the knight around, and b3 has just been played by Norbek.
Yeah, and that's probably why Norbek has invested some time here, but it is, I'm sorry. As you said, it is good news that, he's not just over to you.
Are you okay?
No.
Take your time. Okay, well, it's good that Norbek is taking his time. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Fiona. Now, I think Hikaru, he's away from the board, but he's going to play knight to b6, I think. And yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Hikaru stands up after pretty much every move. Well, whereas Norbek is very much a player who likes to keep sitting down, even though it's not his move. Is everything all right?
I'm sorry, yeah. I don't know. It's all that emotion from coming back to commentating. Yeah, I don't know what happened, if something got caught in my throat or what's happening. But I should be back.
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, my voice just went for a second. So yeah,
no
we're
worries,
waiting for Hikaru to come back to the board. As you mentioned, knight b6 here is forced, right? Oh my god, I need to come. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, so it's very likely the knight will move to b6. It can also move to a5, but then it's going to move back to c6, where that's not necessarily the best square for the knight. So I think Hikaru is just going to go back to b6. d6 doesn't make a whole lot of sense because that's where it just came from. So, but the thing though with Hikaru is that he does lose quite a few minutes being away from the board. Now, I think it's still way too early for Hikaru to be in the confessional, even though you never know. But I wonder where he is. Maybe just getting another drink, getting a coffee, getting a tea. So you, Fiona, you've been at a lot of top tournaments as a reporter, as an interviewer. What is your impression? Do most top players sit at the board or do they walk around?
I think it really depends on the players' very different approaches. Some barely ever get up. I think actually Nordicbeck is one of those who spends a lot of time at the board. And then I think Hikaru is one of those who walks around a lot. Anish walks around quite a lot. So it's really a personal approach. I think one of the things that people who watch maybe don't realize is even a lot of the time when the players are away from the board, they are still thinking. And I think the best example of that we saw at the at the World Championship match, where so often we saw the two chairs, with both players being away from the board, which was not a great look. But yeah, so I think it's just a very personal approach. What about you? How are you at the board?
Yeah, generally I'm also someone who likes to walk around, but I've tried to sit a little bit more at the board and think a little bit more on my opponent's turn. Now, yes, there's a lot of truth to the fact that even if you're away, you still think about the game, but I don't know, like sometimes you do see more if you're actually sitting at the board because you see the actual position, and there might just be little things or how you calculate it. It can be a little bit better, but of course it's different for different players. And we see Hikaru sitting down. He got I think it's the same can, writing down Noterbeck's move, and he plays knight b6 instantly.
So knight b6, and I think we're already at a crossroads here, as we discussed earlier. It might not be enough for Nerdybeck just to play, let's say, normal developing moves. Instead, he might have to go for something more proactive, like a4, in order to keep an initiative.
Yeah. So no, I think a4 is a logical move. But we have an interesting comment in the chat because Hikaru has been going into the confession booth and he's been talking about his own game, but also about other games. But Suzanne is saying, I always hated confessions as a kid in the church. I had to make up sins to tell the priest, plus it scared me. But why would you have to make up sins? Like, just tell him you've been a good kid.
Yeah, it's a great question. Did you ever? I never went to church, pretty much ever. Have you ever gone to a confessional booth or confessional in church?
No, I haven't. No.
Would you have a lot to confess?
No. All right. I guess maybe it's a way for Hikaru to like instead of maybe he has some things to confess, and that's why he just talks about the chess, So in a way, he gets it all out. He gets it all out.
And now, well, Nordivek is in the tank here. And we looked at a4. We looked at, what was the other move we looked at? Knight. Was it just knight?
Like knight c3.
C3. Are there other candidate moves? Is c4 a candidate move as well, or?
C4 makes perfect sense as well. Yeah, expanding in the center. I wonder if black should go d5 and allow c5, or if we should play something like d6. Although I feel like in case we play d6, white is always going to be a little bit better because they have more space. So let's have a look at pawn d5. The critical move is c5. Now let's say we go knight d7, and we do threaten the move knight takes c5 because the d pawn is pinned. Even after knight c3, we can take it because the knight is hanging. So white will have to play something slightly awkward, like, I don't know, b4, but then there's a5 and black creates a lot of counterplay. So c4, interesting move, but I think d5 and black is doing pretty fine. So to me, a4 looks like the critical continuation. Let's see what Noterbeck's going to go for. But it does look like he's out of book. He's giving Hikaru a stare. Wait, a pretty serious stare right there.
I was still at French League yesterday. I'm not going to name any names, but one of my teammates said that one of the top, actually, women players who has quite an intense stare, he said that she apparently practices her stares. So that was something interesting I'd never heard of before.
So she just sits across of her coach, and let's just assume it's a male coach, and he's like, okay, give me a stare. He stares back, and then she's trying to hold it.
Yeah, maybe something like that. I would be terrible at it. I can already see that you would crush me at this game, so I'm just gonna resign straight away.
Our producer Jaren zooming in. All right. Well,
I really dislike it, I have to say, when opponents, like, one stare is fine, but when they look at you and they hold the stare, I always think, sort of, what do you want from me? Like, what's your problem?
Yeah. Well, that is the thing. Like, I think traditionally it has been something that is not necessarily good. I don't think it's seen as good etiquette by a lot of people, because like normally you wouldn't stare at someone. It's a little bit odd. But some people, they might think like, well, chess is a sport. I want to win. And if this intimidates my opponent, if it takes them out of their flow, then it's something I do. And maybe it also makes themselves feel better if they look at their opponent and they see they're a little bit nervous or something. But if you look at the top players of today, if you look at, Magnus doesn't stare, Fabiano doesn't stare, Hikaru doesn't stare, Ding doesn't stare, Nepo. Nepo might look at his opponent occasionally, Anish doesn't. So it might just be something that goes away when players age.
When they reach a certain level or when they age. Yeah. I'm not sure if, as you said, they want to intimidate the opponent, or they think it gives them some kind of psychological edge. But I agree with you that among the top players, I can't really think of anyone that is a starer. Meanwhile, I think this is fantastic news, actually, that Nordibek is thinking here so early. I failed with my c4. c4, I'm surprised, actually, how strong the d5 response was. So that is not an option. Other than a4 and knight c3, can you think of other reasonable candidate moves?
Not really. Something like knight c3 makes perfect sense, developing the knight. But yeah, I guess a4 is, to me, a4 looks like a very logical move to continue kicking that knight around. The good thing is that Hikaru is still in prep and he's looked at all of it. And to be fair, I'm generally pretty impressed with Hikaru's preparation. He equalized against Anish without any trouble. Also against Ali Reza. I think Ali Reza was the first one to think. So he's won some opening battles there. So it just goes to show that he's put in some great work with Chris, and it's showing in this tournament. So which is kind of interesting, because the other top players, they work more hours on chess each and every day, and Hikaru, he says he only studies a couple hours because he's so busy streaming, but still he manages to out-prepare them.
Yeah, I have to say, it's so impressive. Hikaru, as he always says, he's nowadays a streamer first and foremost. And I'm impressed over and over again how good his prep is, how often he gets a big edge on the clock. And not just because he surprises them, but really sound opening prep at that. I saw there was an interesting question in the chat from Baby Girl. Can you wear a clown mask while playing? I don't think these days, especially with the anti-cheating regulations being what they are, that you can wear any kind of mask. You never see in general players. You never see anyone even wear a cap, let's say, to shield themselves from eye contact. I don't know if that's illegal or if, well, with the dress code, it wouldn't be possible. But even in open tournaments, you don't see it. You don't often see any kind of accessories on the head or on the face.
Yeah, no, it's pretty rare. Well, actually, during the pandemic, some people were forced to wear a mask. But it was for different reasons. But yeah, I think like wearing a clown mask, I doubt that is going to fly in most tournaments. I mean, I think if you do that, then you're just distracting your opponent. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, someone made a good comment in the chat. I think it was Armad Crispy. Yeah, he doesn't understand the opening choice, I think, by Noterbeck and then being out of prep so soon. I agree, because Noterbeck's had a full rest day to prepare. Now, of course, he had to look at the Sicilian, which Hikaru played against Anish and Firouzja, but the Berlin is really his main defense. And he had this position after Rookie 2 against Wesley. And I forgot what he played, something like Knight f5 or Knight e8 and d5 came, and Wesley was a little bit better. But besides b6 and Knight f5, like Knight c4 is definitely one of the main moves. So quite surprising that Noterbeck is already out of book. And he looks very locked in. He's not thinking like, oh, what did I check here? You know, a couple months ago. He's really working at the board.
Yeah, very surprising. I mean, it must be Knight c4 that caught him by surprise, but as you mentioned, I mean, the Berlin is Hikaru's main weapon, so very surprising indeed to see him in the tank. On the other hand, if he was surprised, which I think quite clearly is the case, he's probably understanding what you explained to us earlier on, that if he just makes a few normal moves, Hikaru will manage to probably equalize quite comfortably. And that is why he's in the tank trying to find something. I'm slightly surprised. I mean, you convinced me and probably a lot of people in the chat as well quite quickly that a4 was the way to go. So slightly curious that he is still thinking.
Yeah, let's see what Noterbeck's going to do. Yeah, like we said, a4 looks very logical to go a5. The inclusion of a4 and a5, I would imagine, is in White's favor. White can potentially try to attack this pawn on a5 with something like, it's not going to be easy, but something like maybe bishop b2, bishop c3, and queen d2 is not impossible down the line. So we'll just have to wait and see for Noterbeck to move. It looks like he's not too far away from making one. He's sitting a little bit upright. But let's have a look at some of the other games. And I want to first go to the game between Fabiano and Wesley. This one is crucial for the tournament standings. So this game started off as a Nimzo Indian, a great opening for Black, by the way, a great course.
Someone released a great course on it, didn't he?
Oh yeah, that's not what I was just gonna say, but hey, nice for you to bring it up. And they're following this line with bishop d3. Castles, rook e8, and rook e1. And I believe this is in the course. I think I suggested bishop to b7. And in case white goes queen c2, then knight a6. With the idea of going knight to b4. But to be fair, this is a tricky line. So let's see what how deep Fabiano's prep goes. He has only spent 2 minutes. And Wesley has spent already more than 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's a big time difference already. In fact, you know, the reason I'm just joining now, I was playing French League, and I was almost sorry to be playing French League because this Norway chess time control, it's the only tournament of the year which employs such a fast-paced time control, and it is the time control, of course, where you're most likely to see some very exciting time scrambles. So I was sad to miss it, but happy to catch the last two. And the reason I bring this up is because I think in this time control, you really don't want to fall too far behind on the clock.
Yeah, no, for sure. Because for the first 40 moves, you have those 2 hours. Now, 2 hours is a lot of time. It's more than the 1:30, 1 hour and 30 minutes. That is very usual in tournaments these days. Because let's say you have 1 hour and 30 minutes for the first 40 moves. With the increment added on, it's actually 1 hour and 50 minutes. So you have more time. But again, it's only one time control. And after move 40, you only get the 10-second increment. There's not like not like you get an additional 30 minutes or an additional hour, which is very usual. You're just really on your own, so to speak. And so, like you said, you really have to manage your time well. You cannot end up in a complicated position down on the clock. So that is quite a challenge for the players in this tournament.
Yeah, and right now, well, the same challenge is faced by Wesley and by Nordibek, who we still see on the camera, hasn't made a move yet. What do you think Wesley is thinking about? What are the alternatives to bishop b7?
Yeah, let's have a look. So rookie one.
Oh, doesn't matter any longer.
Oh, bishop b7 has been played, but an alternative could be bishop a6, trading off those bishops. So let's see what Fabiano is going to do here. Queen c2, reinforcing the e4 push. And yeah, knight a6 is the move I believe that I have in my course, threatening knight to b4. So let's see if Wesley is going to go for that.
And then after knight a6, what happens? Does white have to play a3 to stop the knight from jumping?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think the line ends after 96, which is why Wesley is already out of book. You know, he's bought the course, and he's like, Benjamin, what do I do here? But a3 is definitely a move stopping this. The black can go for moves like c5, breaking in the center, and this gets pretty interesting. So so let's see how Fabiano is going to how he's going to continue here. E4 makes a lot of sense, breaking in the center, and it gets pretty complicated, which is a little bit concerning for Wesley and honestly also for Hikaru. Because if Fabiano wins this game and Hikaru does not win, the tournament would already be over. Although, let me do the math. Is there a scenario? So Fabiano wins, he moves to 17.5. If Hikaru would win in the Armageddon, he would move to 14. Yeah, the tournament would be over with a round to spare. So I hope that Wesley will hold here. And, well, I hope that Hikaru will at least stay within striking distance. That is really the most important.
Yeah, I think I mean, of course, we're rooting for Hikaru here. But I think even if we weren't, and we see that Nordibek has just played a4 after a long think, I think in general, it's always a bit disappointing when there is no intrigue for any tournament going into the last round. So we're rooting for Wesley here. He'll have to speed up a little bit, but this is shaping up to be a very exciting game. Do you want to go back to Hikaru? Do you think he will move quickly after a4 or take his time?
He has already moved. He played the move knight to d5. Well, he's playing pretty quickly. I guess with this move, he could potentially head to b4. Maybe if this bishop moves, you know, then I can also move to f4. It's good that he's still in his prep. Generally, in these types of positions, black doesn't really play for much more than equality. That being said, you know, if you keep pieces on the board, if Nordibek gets low on time, their chances might appear out of nowhere. So let's see what's going to happen. But generally speaking, these rookie one Berlin positions tend to be pretty dry, and white might get a very small edge, and it's really difficult to create anything with black.
So what happens now if the knight gets kicked back further? I'm gonna give my c4 move from earlier another shot, this time with a tempo.
Well, I think here we can nicely park the knight on the b4 square, and we can anchor it in with the move a5. So I think here black should be doing fine. That being said, white has ideas of, let's say, knight c3, and perhaps a quick knight e4, going for a bishop on f6. So your move c4 makes perfect sense here as well. So let's see if Nordibek's going to go for it. I doubt it, to be honest, because it's a little bit committal, giving up this square. I think he will play something slightly more quiet, like maybe bishop b2, so that then he can go knight d2 on the next move.
And then that knight, so as you mentioned, once the bishop leaves c1, so if we imagine bishop b2, do you think Hikaru will just keep jumping with knight f4?
Yeah, so let's say knight f4, certainly. Yeah, I mean, actually, why not? So let's say knight f4, followed by d5. Looks pretty fine for black, and now the knight can jump back to, or here, knight h3 is a move. I guess after something like knight d2, does bishop f5 run into queen f3? That could be a little bit tricky. I kind of wonder how black should place their pieces here, because if you go bishop b6, that's kind of where I wanted to put my knight. Ideally, I like to go bishop f5 combined with knight e6, but here, queen f3 is a little bit concerning. So I think Hikaru will keep blitzing for a little while, and let's hope that he will not only equalize out of the opening, but that he will also keep some play in the position.
Yeah, even here, I mean, I was surprised in that final position you got on the board. There was a nice trick. So after that, that black can maybe just go g6, defend the bishop, and you cannot take the knight because of bishop g5. But I don't know, maybe this is closer to equality. If we want to keep some life in the position, I guess we want to keep more pieces on the board.
Yeah, no, it's even here, it's really white pressing for a very small advantage, and black has to play a little bit accurately to make the draw. But again, it's a good thing that Norbek is deep in the tank. I mean, Hikaru is almost up 20 minutes on the clock, but in such a dry position, the time difference doesn't generally matter that much. I mean, it matters more in a complicated position where both sides have their chances. So let's perhaps have a look at some of the other games. I think the game between Shahryar and Magnus is going to be pretty boring today, for the lack of a better word. It started off as a Queen's Gambit decline with bishop e7. Magnus going for this line with c5, a3. He got the isolated pawn, but he traded off this pair of bishops. Now he gets his bishop out of g4. And honestly, we could see something like d4, takes, and a draw pretty soon. Like, I would be surprised if this game doesn't end in a draw around move 30 and d4 has already been played by Magnus.
Yeah, d4. It's been a really long time since Magnus didn't win a single game in a classical event. I agree with you. I think this one will probably see a handshake quite soon. And who does Magnus play tomorrow?
He finishes the tournament against Norbek.
Yeah. Also not an easy pairing. But Magnus, I saw just before we went live, I saw that Magnus posted something about how he's on top of the standings, but unfortunately on top of the fantasy prediction pairings, not the tournament. So at least the predictions have been going well for him.
Yeah, no, that's good. But yeah, he's having I mean, he's on 50%, you know, but of course, for Magnus' standards, that is not very impressive. You would expect him to at least score one win in classical, but he hasn't managed to win any wins at all. And he's actually dropping 15 points in this tournament. This game against Shahryar is very likely going to end in a draw. And then he would lose another, I don't know, like 1.5 points or something. So I don't know what it is. He's not really managed to find his footing. They're going down that line that we discussed. And yeah, it's looking pretty dry. If anything, though, perhaps white has a very slight edge in case of takes here. We can go rook 81. And let's say after queen f6, white can go either rook d7 or rook f1 and has the two open files on the board. But it really shouldn't be enough to win the game. All of this, by the way, has been played. I do expect Magnus to take the pawn, even though you can also go rook 88 because the pawn is not running away. And yeah, like you said, I think it's quite likely that we'll see a handshake here pretty soon.
Yeah, looks like a short day at the office. How long are the breaks between the classical games and the Armageddons?
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
20 minutes, yep. Okay. Yeah, meanwhile, Alireza is still in the tank, so we can maybe see another game. Maybe Alireza against Anish.
Yeah, so this started off as so this is a bit of a mix of the Vienna opening and the Gleck opening. I think the Gleck opening is if white goes knight c3, knight f6, and now g3, and but Alireza goes knight f3, knight c6. And here g3, it's actually a line I've faced once myself. Knight f6, d3, bishop c5.
I have never seen g3 in that position, like ever, I have to say. It's extremely rare, no?
Yeah, it's a rare line. Yeah, white wants to put their bishop on g2, kind of like in the Vienna, but they don't want to commit their knight to c3 to be able to go c3 and play a bit of a reversed King's Indian. Now, I think black is doing pretty fine after d5, bishop c5 fine as well. All pretty standard moves, and they're playing a bit of an Italian with a bishop on g2, but white has more space, so we'll see what's going to happen here. I think we have a very fighting and 3-result game ahead of us in this one. But let's have a look at the one game we haven't looked at yet at all. The game between Gukesh and Arjan.
Gukesh Look at Arjan's time.
Wow.
Time situation, crazy.
Yeah, and but not without reason. Gukesh played the move h4, and I like it. Because if black plays something like bishop e7, white can sometimes just go h5. Black takes, and you just sack the exchange. You play something like knight h4. All the way here, there might be e5. But these ideas are not crazy, where white sacrifices the exchange, gets a pawn back, bishop d3. And I don't know, it's looking tough for Arjan. I like Gukesh's position. He's up 20 minutes on the clock, and Arjan is not having his event so far. I believe he's on 1.5 out of 7, and this game is not looking easy either.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle, and never pleasant to be faced with these h4 pushes when you aren't prepared for them and you haven't looked at them in this particular line. So I do agree with you. I fancy Gukesh's chances. I think shaping up, apart from the Magnus game, which I think will be drawn quite shortly, shaping up to be a very interesting day.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's have a look. Noterbeck still hasn't moved. He's still in the tank. Hikaru currently up 24 minutes. And yeah, Wesley also still thinking after that move queen to c2. So let's go back to Hikaru's game. So after 95, we said that bishop b2 makes sense. What other move? Well, I guess after bishop b2, black gets the very direct knight to f4, right? So white could also make a move like rook e1, just as a waiting move. Like black cannot move the knight right now. They can play d6, but d6 is a little bit more passive. White has more space in the center, and perhaps here still Noterbeck can go bishop b2, followed. Although bishop f5, there's still again the move queen f3, taking the bishop, and then knight on d5, and black has to play bishop e6, which is slightly passive. And I think after 92, white has a slight edge. So I'm curious to see what Hikaru has prepared here, because here there also seem to be some slight issues.
Yeah, because especially this d6 move, I guess we still want to play d5 in one go, which makes me wonder, is the knight just going to jump again here? I guess the only square it can really go to is e7 and then bring it, what, either to f5 or to g6? Does that make any sense?
Yep, the knight could also jump back here. I could go to f5 to put some pressure on the pawn on d4. Knight g6 possible as well. Or perhaps the c6 to put some pressure on this pawn. Or just go d5. Just put the pawn on d5, see how white is going to react. Then get this bishop out to f5 or e6. And I feel like if, let's say in a position like this, let's say something like this happens, if there would be one more pair of minor pieces on the board, white might have an edge because black is a little bit cramped, but given the fact that one pair of minor pieces is already off, I feel like black should be doing pretty fine. Like every piece should have a pretty good spot on the board. And again, there is definitely still play left in this position, and Hikaru up almost half an hour at this point.
Yeah, it's a lot of time to be up at such an early stage of the game. It's always a nice feeling when you're Hikaru and you know you're still in your prep to already have that time cushion. Very, very nice. And we see Noterbeck really deep in thought. I'm very curious what his next move is going to be. What do you think is a way in which white could go wrong and black could immediately, well, maybe this is one way, right?
Maybe this one, yeah. It feels like white is slightly overextended. The pawn on d4 is somewhat weak. Then I can easily jump to f5. So yeah, other than that, like let's try to find a move that's pretty, well, let's say you go knight a3, that's a way to go wrong, along the fork. Maybe sometimes you're so deep in thought, and then you miss the obvious stuff that you see when you look at the position for 1 second. I don't know. I think something like bishop e2 does make sense. I mean, I think maybe if you allow something like this could be annoying because you have to play f3 and it weakens white's position a little bit, but I doubt that Norway will allow this. I think he will play rook to e1. So I think we'll just have to wait and see.
I see
I don't know,
chat.
overall. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, and then I'll ask the question from chat. Overall,
I was gonna say I generally feel like Norway is someone who plays pretty fast, so it's a little bit surprising to see him take this much time. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was wondering, Marco in the chat was writing, I guess Norway is deciding whether he just wants to go for a draw or not. If white said, okay, you know what, I'm already down half an hour, let's just call it a day. Is there a way for white to just, shut everything down?
I don't see it, but talking about calling it a day, the game between Mamedyarov and Magnus has already ended in a draw much faster than we anticipated. Rook 88 was played, rook 81 by Shaq, takes, rook d1, queen a4, g3, queen c6. I think in this position, like maybe if the players would try to, maybe Mamedyarov would still be able to create some problems for Magnus. He's a little bit better, but I think they were already in drawing mood, so to speak. So queen e7 was played, h4, rook d8, and the drill. They just went back and forth, and this game ended in a draw. I think the thing with Magnus, I mean, he's known for grinding out some endgames, but he knows this one is just so dead, and he thinks to himself like, oh, let's not waste any time here. But again, 8 games have been played, 8 draws for Magnus. We will see in Armageddon though, but a little bit surprising. I would normally expect him to try to play for the win against Mamedyarov. I mean, he's had a full rest day, so that's plenty of time to prepare something combative.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with Magnus. I don't know if it's a lack of motivation or, if he's just not feeling in his best shape. But for sure, not the result you would have expected. Especially, didn't he win the last 3 Norway chess tournaments or something like that? I mean, overall, he's done incredibly well on his home soil tournament. Yeah, no, I saw a statistic that is in one of our graphs when we start the show. I think he's won 7 out of the last 10 or 9 tournaments. I believe. So Norway chess was introduced in 2012. He didn't win that year, and also not in 2013, but he won in 2014. I think 2015 was a pretty bad year for him, if I'm not mistaken, because he flagged the first game against Topalov, and it was a tough tournament for him. And lost to John Ludwig, maybe. Was that the same year?
Exactly, yes. John Ludwig scored a nice victory against him. But other than that, he's been pretty dominant. Like you said, he's won a lot of events. But this year, he's really not... he didn't really get going. And the thing is, like in Vaikanze, he was struggling as well, but eventually he still got some wins on the board. He finished in 2nd place, and that was sort of a joke that people would make about Magnus. Like, oh, Magnus has a bad tournament, he finishes in 2nd place. But here, Magnus has a bad tournament, and he is in 7th place or something. He's not. It's all pretty close with the other players. Because one win can really catapult you in the standings, but 50% for Magnus really does feel like it's not enough.
Yeah, and as Gavin is pointing out in the chat, him and Ariane are the only ones not to have won a single classical game. So tomorrow, the last chance for Magnus, but first we'll see what happens. Will he win another Armageddon? And meanwhile, we've had a move by Norway.
Let's have a look. So Norway, after some thought, played the move rook to e1. Very logical move, making way for the bishop again, making way for the queen as well. And like we said earlier, black never can go for this move bishop to g4, provoking the move f3. So I like the move by Norway. Also, knight f4 does not come, well, it's right now it's not a move, it doesn't come with a tempo. So here Hikaru will have to make a move like d6, and I'm a little bit surprised that right now Hikaru, well, is he out of book? He does the little stare. Mm-hmm. So is he like, I've looked at this, or does he seem on your own here? What is your observation, Fiona?
I mean, rook e1 strikes me as quite logical if you don't want to commit with anything else. On e2, the rook is a bit awkward. It always runs into this knight f4 if you want to develop the bishop to the other side of the board. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think it really depends on how quickly Hikaru makes his move. If he goes into the tank, then maybe he just didn't look at this. But I don't think it's a move. First of all, it's not very scary. It's not like, oh, this is something I didn't look at and I have to be careful now. But yeah, it strikes me as quite a logical move. We also don't know if the past moves that Hikaru played, was it all preparation, or sometimes, there can be a bit of a bluff. So we'll see what he goes for now. Is it going to be d6, or is there something more ambitious than d6 that he can try?
Mm-hmm. I think the last couple of moves were still preparation. I mean, he did play them very quickly. Yeah. Also, I mean, from his body language. And we see Noterbeck again giving Hikaru a little stare. And this one, he's really checking, like, hey, is Hikaru still in book? Like, he's just trying to gauge his emotions.
Trying to figure out the same thing as we do.
Exactly, yeah. Now, what Hikaru could do, although he's already spent a couple of minutes, so at this point, I don't think he can really fool Noterbeck anymore, but he could, like, look to the ceiling, look to the side, then do the little head bob, and then make the move quite confidently. And maybe Noterbeck will still believe that it is preparation. But I think at this point, we can safely assume that Hikaru is out of prep.
There's a question in the chat. A couple of people have asked, actually, whether Hikaru can play c5 here.
So let's have a look at c5. It's definitely possible, but I think white will just defend the pawn with bishop to b2. And you don't really want to take, because then you get an isolated pawn on d7. You could play d6, but again, very often you are going to end up with an isolani. And actually, I saw that white perhaps also has the opportunity to sack the exchange. Because look at this, after takes, for the moment this bishop is away. And how do you complete your development? d6 is unavailable, b6 is unavailable, and white can maybe plant the bishop on d6. Stuff like that. So c5 to me seems a little bit too risky. I think he's just going to keep it solid with a move like d6.
Yeah, I really liked this exchange sacrifice line for white. It looked like not a lot of fun to be on the black side of it. So I think we can rule out c5. Help me come up with some alternatives to d6.
I don't know.
D6 looks so natural, right?
Yeah. Well, what about this? What about knight e7, moving the knight and then putting the pawn on d5? That makes a lot of sense to me as well. Now here, I think there's no good way for white to stop d5, but maybe you just continue developing. And you try to argue here sometimes with white that your pieces are slightly better placed than black's. I mean, the knight on d7 looks nice, but where is it going? Like, let's say it goes to f5, white can go c3, and the pawn is nicely defended. White can maybe put the bishop on d3, this other bishop on f4. And a plan perhaps here could be something like c3, and after d5, rook a2, with the idea to double the rooks on the e file this way. Like white's pieces, white has a little bit more space on the queen side, and it's slightly easier for them to get their pieces out, which might be surprising to a lot of the viewers, because all of white's pieces until their last move were on the back rank.
I was just laughing because you set up the bathtub formation, and I was commentating with dear Ivan Sokolov in Sharjah just a few weeks ago, and I asked him, we got a position with this, pawn structure, and Ivan Sokolov, who's one of the leading leading experts on pawn structures, I asked him if he knew the name of this one, but He was not familiar yet with the bathtub. Now he knows.
How did he respond when you told him it was the bathtub? He was like, no,
No, he just said
not...
that's because I always take showers, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, right.
That was the explanation.
Someone in our chat is
yeah. What does Rookie 1 change, or?
I was just about to address the same question. Yeah, Rookie 1, nice move by Norway. Again, and make sure that the bishop can move out, the queen as well. And we saw in that line that sometimes white wants to double up the rooks, and so it makes sense to move the rook back just one square. And again, like even in this line, after d6, bishop e2, here with the rook and e2, black would have had bishop g4. Let me try to illustrate that real quick. So like, let's say white plays, I don't know, let's say white plays c3, for example. d6 and now bishop e2. Here bishop g4 is certainly annoying because white has to go f3. And this feels rather weakening. The e3 square is weak. This diagonal is always open, which for the moment is not a big deal, but it can be something significant later on. So I think all in all, the move Rookie 1 has a lot of benefits to it.
Yeah, and Hikaru is still thinking. There was also a question earlier, can he go b6 here?
So b6. Well, here the question is what's going to happen after queen f3. And by the way, Hikaru has moved to move knight e7 that we also discussed. Just moving the knight back so he can go with d5 on the next move. So now it's going to be up to Noterbeck to see how he's going to place his pieces. But I like this plan of perhaps c3, d5, and I guess bishop d3 will be met by bishop f5, and black trades off the bishops. But you can go for moves like queen f3 perhaps, followed by bishop to d3, or doubling the rooks on the e file. And it feels like here the structure is symmetrical, but again, white's pieces are slightly better placed. I think especially this bishop on f6, after white has played the move c3, it's a little bit useless because the c3 pawn is so well defended. You might rather have it, let's say, on d6.
Yeah, that is a good point. So after knight e7 and c3, if we go back just So you think c3 is a good candidate here?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a useful move, strengthening the pawn on d4, and white keeps all of their options open as to how they want to continue. So to me, it's a nice move because also it prepares the move bishop d3. Right now, perhaps bishop d3 is possible, but it would hang this pawn over here, black can take here, but I don't know exactly how that is going to play out, but I think this move makes perfect sense. The one thing I do like for Hikaru is that he's significantly up on time, and even if the position remains symmetrical and equal, we know that he can cook up chances really out of nowhere, and perhaps also in this game, he might feel like he has to. It will really depend on Fabiano's game. Like, let's say Fabiano draws his game, and let's say he draws the Armageddon as well, then, sorry, let's say Fabiano draws his game, and he loses the Armageddon, then if Hikaru wins, he would level up the score. But let's say Fabiano draws the classical game and wins the Armageddon, even if Hikaru wins his game, he would still be half a point behind. So there might not be that much benefit in risking it, so to speak, because let's say Fabiano draws the classical game, draws the Armageddon, then if Hikaru draws his game as well, regardless of what happens in the Armageddon, he will still need to win that last game against Fabiano.
Yeah, so but that's also good news about Nordibek taking more time, because it gives Hikaru more time to assess what's going on in the other game and how much risk he wants or should take. Meanwhile, c3 has been played by Nordibek. So what do you think? Do you think d5?
I think d5 is what Hikaru is going to go for. I mean, that really looks like the most logical follow-up. after knight e7. That's why you move your knight away. But yeah, people are making a good point. Like, if Hikaru wins this game, that would move him up in the world rankings. But I remember a couple rounds ago when Hikaru was playing with the black piece against Alireza, at some point Alireza offered him a draw, and Hikaru went to look at Fabiano's game. So I think he does care about the world rankings, but right now his focus is on the tournament. Of course, he wants to win it. And when Alireza offered a draw, he went over to look at Fabiano's game. So I think that really the standings in this tournament is going to be his main consideration. Of course, we're still very far off from Noterbeck getting into a time pressure. I mean, 1 hour and 20 minutes is a lot of time.
Yeah. I think Lods is saying, how do you draw in Armageddon? I think you misspoke, but I wasn't, because you said if Fabi draws the classical and then draws the Armageddon, and I wasn't sure. I couldn't follow from a mathematical point of view if you meant wins or lose. But you know what it reminds me of when you're doing all the maths on the different scenarios? It reminds me of the Sonnenbornberger from the candidates.
I remember that one, yeah, and I explained it all. People in the chat, oh, can you please explain it one more time? And so that's why the mods clip that, and so whenever anyone asks, they will pull up that clip.
It was such a great clip. Okay, meanwhile, Hikaru is still away from the board. Maybe we can take a very quick look at Fabi's game, actually, and see what's happening there.
Yeah, a lot of moves have been played, but the good news for Wesley and also for Hikaru is that it seems like Fabiano is right now thinking. So after queen c2, the idea is that white is not only preparing e4, but white also wants to go for knight b5, attacking the bishop, and black would have to give it up because otherwise the pawn on c7 will be hanging. Like, let's say you go here, knight b5 is a problem because your bishop is under attack and you cannot move it because it will hang at this, probably take with the queen. So that is why Wesley played the move a6, stopping knight b5. Fabiano played e4. So he gives himself an isolated pawn, but he gets an initiative in the center. Wesley takes a knight e7, developing the knight and defending the rook in the corner. Bishop g5, and a pleasant little move by Fabiano, attacking the queen. Queen e8 was played. Queen b7. Fabiano blitz all of this out, but after b5, he is now in the tank. I would say the position looks roughly equal. White having a very slight initiative, but it doesn't look too concerning, to be honest. And, given the fact that Wesley is so super solid, I do expect him to hold this one.
Yeah, I would also be shocked. It looked like more was going to happen somehow in this game at an earlier stage. But here, rook e1 looks like a very natural move for white, just bringing the rook to the open file. But maybe black can simply play queen c8, offer a queen trade. I mean, I would still take white, I think. But at the same time, I wouldn't be too sure how I make any progress.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, white would like to play something like queen e4 in conjunction with knight g5, but that's currently not available because our bishop is there. And black can, play something like h6. The thing is, white's activity more than compensates for the isolated pawn, but white also doesn't have any targets, right? Black has the better structure. So it's kind of up to white to show something, and if they don't, they do have the isolated pawn. The material is fairly limited, and so there doesn't really seem to be anything. In the meantime, we do have more moves in Hikaru's game. But we're going to go to the Armageddon between Mamedyarov and Magnus pretty soon. But Hikaru did play d5, and Noterbeck played a5, gaining more space on the queen side, and Hikaru quickly played the move c6. I think Noterbeck is a little bit better, but is it going to be enough to put Hikaru away? I doubt it. I mean, Hikaru is extremely solid and resourceful, even in slightly worse positions.
Yeah, this one is shaped, once again, I mean, if you show this game to more beginner players, it's interesting, right, how white is completely neglecting the development of the pieces on the queen side. But it looks like this makes sense to grab the space, because the pieces, even if they are undeveloped, the bishop from c1, it still has both options open. Which diagonal does it want to go to? And the rook from a1 in a way is getting activated through this a-pawn push. So even if I wouldn't necessarily consider playing like this myself, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, for sure. Some people in the chat are saying that Hikaru's confessional is up, but I do not see it on their broadcast. Perhaps we can have a very quick look at the game between Momacharov and Magnus. Let's see if Magnus can go 7 out of 7 in the Armageddons. This game started off as in English. Magnus played e5, knight c3, bishop e4, gave his bishop quickly. And I like the fact that he's delayed the move knight f6, so he can also develop his knight here. And he can later start pushing his f-pawn. Shaq going very aggressive, pushing almost any pawn at the board. But it feels like, if anything, he's only weakening himself.
Yeah, interesting approach by Shaq. Do you think it's not completely sound?
Yeah, to me, it doesn't look sound. I think Magnus has great chances to win this this one. And again, especially given his record. Also, look at the clock. He's now only down 1.5 minutes on the clock. So I think, given the fact that Magnus is just such a good player, he's also very clutch, as people like to say. You know, when it really gets down to it, he often wins. And Magnus has been struggling in classical, but he's been pretty impressive in blitz. In Warsaw, he was a lot of points behind, made a very strong comeback. I think at some point he won. He almost adopted the field. He scored like 9.5 out of 10 against the field. And on chess.com, he recently reached 3,300.
Yeah, very, very impressive. I mean, he didn't have a great blitz event at the opening of Norway Chess, but other than that, his blitz has been tremendously impressive. And in a way, I'm not surprised that he's won every single Armageddon decider. So Shaq took on e5, and after knight takes e5, we see the queens come off the board. How is white going to... Where is, for example, the knight from g1? Where do you think that is going to go?
Very good question. I think the normal square would be f3, but if you go knight f3, black could go bishop c6, initiate a lot of trades, and that's not really what Shaq wants. Also, I think like this moment right here is quite interesting. I think Magnus very often would perhaps consider recapturing the pawn, but since it's an Armageddon, it makes a lot of sense to get some pieces off. Bishop c6, a very solid move, offering the trade of bishops. And so we get this position. It feels like Magnus should be doing completely fine, but this pawn on a6 is always a little bit annoying. But I do like how he's playing this with rook e8 and perhaps d5. White's pawns are a little bit loose, and it's not easy to defend all of them.
Yeah, and Shaq's time advantage is shrinking. Can we go for d5 immediately?
D5 makes sense. I don't know if bishop f4 is a move, but I don't think it's too concerning after moving a knight to g6. We're talking about the time advantage shrinking, but now it's expanding again. At some point, Magnus was down only 1.5 minutes, but now he's down a full 2 minutes. So I don't know. He's still there's still a lot of moves to be made before the 1 second increment will kick in, and it seems like right now he's a little bit frozen. So Magnus has to pick up the pace again at some point.
Yeah, he took his time to decide whether or not to go for the d5 push. In the end, he goes for it. I guess there's a number of ways white can react. I think, of course, white can take, but I see the engine is also suggesting this interesting c5. I guess it's just a temporary pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, I suppose white should be able to get the pawn back pretty quickly. But although, I mean, black can go c4, so I would be surprised if Shakira goes for this. I mean, it feels like you're really sacrificing a pawn. Very speculative. I don't see how you're getting it back anytime soon. And indeed, he has taken on d5. Magnus recaptures with the knight. I definitely do think that Magnus's position is easier to play because white has all of these weaknesses, c4, and now maybe knight b4, because if you move the rook to b2, you hang the pawn on a6, and that's what Magnus goes for.
Yeah, so the rook has to stay on the a file, rook a4 played, asking the knight where it's gonna go, or is black going to play c5? c5 seems to make a lot of sense. No, taking a bit more ground. That is what Magnus goes for. And that knight, okay, I guess at some point we have to bring the knight from h3 into the game, no?
Yeah, I mean, knight f4 to me looks very logical. Bring the knight in, and that is what Czech goes for. The knight also defends his pawn on e2, knight ec6 by Magnus. He's got a really solid construction here, which is extremely difficult to break down. But there's no easy way for black to force a draw or anything like that, which is sometimes nice in Armageddon if the play becomes a little bit more forcing. Perhaps he wants to go for knight at d4. King f2 played by Czech. Maybe knight d4, it would threaten the move g5, but you can also go for moves like rook d6 and rook f6 to start annoying white in, but he has gone for knight d4.
Yeah, as you can see from the question mark popping up on your screens, the engine did not like king f2. Are there some threats now? Yeah, g5 is a threat. This pressure on e2 looks really uncomfortable.
Bishop e3 is what? All right. Bishop e3 makes sense. Attacking the knight and making sure that pawn on e2 is not hanging. Magnus could perhaps go knight bc2, but the thing I don't like is that white then potentially gets access to the d5 square for their knight. Also, some more moves have been made in Hikaru's game. We will, surely update all of you guys after this game has ended. I think Magnus is doing pretty well, but the clock is a little bit concerning. Like, he keeps thinking, it seems like he might not have fully switched to blitz mode just yet. I mean, now he's letting the time advantage expand to almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't see many Armageddon deciders, but what I saw is the 1 second increment. Already 2 seconds is almost nothing when we commentate on these 3+2 games or when you play them. But 1 second is almost nothing. I mean, if you have a completely easily winning position, yes, but if there's a game going and you need to find any kind of moves, it's just impossible completely.
It's really, 1 second really is nothing in an over the board game. It's so difficult to move and press the clock.
Yeah.
And I think, like, if you move if your opponent's down to their final seconds, if you really try, you can really push them through. You can really push them through their time. Anyway, g5 has been played by Magnus. Perhaps his thing is justified. He went for this very nice exchange sacrifice. And the more I look at it, the more I'm starting to like it. 95 played by Czech. Now, I guess we can take here or play rook e8 first, and I suppose something like this will happen. Check, takes, king back. I suppose we take here, and it feels like black is doing absolutely fine. But, the game goes on. The game goes on. There's no way for Magnus to kill it right away, and actually, we are going down that variation.
But also Magnus doesn't need to kill it, right? He just needs to not lose, and with that knight on d4, I mean, that knight is such a beast, so it's going to be a big uphill battle. Now the time difference is down to just a minute again, and I think Magnus has to be a big favorite here to at least hold with the black pieces.
I think so too, yeah. But again, the game is still going on. Both players are getting lower and lower on time. It makes a lot of sense to trade off the knights. He could perhaps also take the pawn over here, but given the fact that it's an Armageddon and he only needs to draw, this decision makes a lot of sense. Trading off the knights, you make sure that white never has any forks or anything like that. Perhaps, as Cringe suggested in chat, taking a rook e5 looks extremely solid. Going for this pawn. White, though, has the opportunity to go rook f6, threatening to sack here because then there would be a7. But even if that line happens, right, like let's say takes, rook e5, rook f6, even if we go down this variation, can white actually win this? I don't know. But hey, we have more moves. Magnus took the pawn on d3.
Yeah, I mean, that's also, it's a move we hadn't looked at, but a move that makes a lot of sense. So he's not afraid that the white knight is going to cause some trouble. I mean, I really want to bring the rook from a4. Yeah, I was just going to say that rook was doing nothing on a4, so bring that back into the game. Magnus under 2 minutes now. We're on move 28. What about g4? Yeah.
Yeah, threatening knight f4, knight f3. It would allow Knight f4. And also, by the way, white can give a check
and
pick up that pawn. And look at Magnus's clock. He's down at 1:30 and 3.5 minutes for Shaq. Like, we're saying, like, oh, he still has plenty of time. Right now, it is concerning. Like you said, it's not only so much about making mistakes when you get long time. You can also flag.
Yeah. And it is really getting concerning here because Magnus needs to make 13 more moves before the 1 second increment even kicks in. He might be looking for some way to set up a perpetual or something. He does go for g4. So what happens if we grab the pawn?
Yeah, so g4 in play. We can take this pawn, but perhaps after check and takes, after h5, the knight does appear to be a little bit trapped. So I guess that's the line he calculated. But check can also go knight f4. And this is what we were talking about before. Like, when I said, there's no way for Magnus to kill the game, it didn't necessarily mean that a way for him to win on the spot, but just, some sort of perpetual or, trade off a lot of the pieces and go into a completely drawn rooking game. I mean, the game is still very much going on. I wonder exactly what he has in mind after knight f4, but like, let's say he takes and goes h5. It is difficult to see how white is going to create legitimate winning chances. That being said, you can go rook f2, kick the rook away, maybe king f1, rook e1, you get your other rook in, and hey, you are up in exchange. So let's see how big Shaq is going to handle this. He is now getting low on time as well.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes for Shaq, just under a minute for Magnus. He must be. I mean, this is a big decision here for white to make. Knight f4 looks like the best try, although there was also this computer resource after knight f6 check, grabbing the pawn and h5. This rook a3 move, hitting the black knight on d3. And it's not completely clear what's going on there either.
Yeah, no, this is a nice resource, but I would think here black can at some point go knight f3, and that should kind of kill the game. We have more moves, knight f4, but a cringe stealer made a very good comment in the chat. If black goes knight f3, after takes, white takes the knight on d3, not the rook, because black queens, but the moves are flying in very quickly. So knight f4 and knight takes, and Magnus is thinking again. He played f5 with 37 seconds on the clock, rook e4. He still has to make another 9 moves in 37 seconds.
Yeah, not so easy here. I mean, this is a big risk. The position, the knight is still a beast on d4, but as you mentioned, an exchange is an exchange. Shaq again looking to take on b6 to use that a pawn that's only 2 squares away. So what happens here if... No, we can't take here because are we running into some trouble? What happens after rook b6? Okay, we'll not find out.
Maybe rook e2, and I don't know, but king f2 has been played, knight c6, rook d1. Magnus 23 seconds. He still has to make another 7 moves. Wait, I mean, is he even going to make it? Wait, 19? Wait, he can legitimately flag here.
6 moves to make. The engine did not like king e6, allowing rook e2, so the computer wants to trade rooks, and this seems to be a favorable version here for white. And even if Magnus makes move 40, again, this is the kind of position that we were talking about, that it's extremely difficult to play, which is a 1 second increment.
But I don't know about what Shaq just did. He's getting on the pawn. Here, Magnus's moves become easier. King b3, he's setting a c-pawn in motion. I think white takes c3, black wins? Or wait, king here and here? I don't know. It's extremely tricky. I think, yeah, white can take king d1, only move. King c1,
Magnus,
king
by the
e2.
way, has made move 40, so he now gets a 1 second increment per move. But...
Okay. What does Shaq play here? I do not know. I don't see how he can keep the game going. c2 is a big threat by Magnus.
Yeah.
I mean, Magnus might just be winning if I'm not insane. Or wait, can there be something like here and rook b7? Black apparently has this and this. Wow.
That's nice. Knight c5. Yeah,
King
Magnus.
b2. And look at Shaq's
right.
clock. He's also...
That's unbelievable. I think knight
is the...
c5. Oh.
Oh, b5. Oh, yeah, and now it's all over.
Also good enough.
Right.
And here, this
So
is one of
Magnus
those.
wins.
Yeah. Wow, what a game. Chat is saying what a throw by Shaq. It was never easy though. I mean, I even don't know where exactly he went wrong.
I think he went wrong in this position right here. Like everything looked pretty good. He traded off one pair of rooks, which is generally what you want to do when you are up the exchange, because now your rook can move in. But after knight b4, he made a big mistake by going rook a1. That looked way too passive. Also, after king e5, you cannot stop king d4 because king e3 runs into this fork. And black is not actually threatening to take the pawn on a6. You can play something like king e3, let black take, go rook a1, and the knight moves and you take here. And here it looks like white is probably just winning, or is definitely pushing. So I think had Shaq played king e3, I don't know what Magnus would have done. King f4 is an idea. You can go after the pawns with your rook. So that was a big throw, and Magnus moves to 7 out of 7. But this one, it was not convincing at all. I mean, right on here, Shaq really should have won the game, if I'm being very honest. I mean, he's got a good position, he's got more time, and but yeah, rook a1 is where it's all started going wrong.
Yeah, what a meltdown by Shaq, and Magnus keeps his 100% record in Armageddon. Let's maybe quickly update what happened in Hikaru's game, and then we'll go for our first break of the day.
Right, so we left off after c3, d5, a5, c6. Norway kept expanding on the queen side with b4, knight f5. Now he goes bishop d3, activating the bishop. Hikaru, very solid, goes g6, make sure that the knight is defended. He can go for exchanges with bishop g5, but also moving the knight back, let's say to g7, followed by bishop to f5. He's still up on time. I really do like that, that he's trying to keep that advantage on the clock. But like you said, I think we will for our very first break. Hikaru was in the confessional booth earlier on, so let's see and listen in to what he said about his game and the other games that are going on in the tournament. And welcome back, everyone, to round 8 of Norway Chess 2023. During the break, you guys could all hear Hikaru's thoughts about his game and about the other games that are going on. And also, a couple more moves have been played. We left off after bishop f4, right around there. Knight g7 was what Hikaru played. Knight d2, bishop f5, offering the trade of bishops. Noderbeck wanted to keep the bishops on the board with bishop f1. Now Hikaru goes bishop to e7. And I kind of wonder if he wants to go for bishop to d6.
Yeah, offering a trade, this time of the dark squared bishops. Okay, I think one move that makes a lot of sense for white, I see one big hole in the black position. That's a hole on e5, so knight f3, I think makes sense. And then I was wondering, can I meet bishop d6 with it? I was wondering about the knight jump to e5. I have to make sure I'm not blundering f6 or something like that.
After f6, white is probably still okay with the move knight d3, because in case black takes, white can take here and the rook on f8 is hanging. That being said, though, I mean, positions like these, if anyone, white is still the one that's a little bit better. They have a lot of more space on the queen side, but it looks fairly dry. So let's see what is going to happen. Now, what is nice for Noderbeck is, again, he has a lot of space here. Maybe he can potentially move his knight to c5. It will not be easy. And, well, actually, that's what he goes for. just when I said it. It makes a lot of sense, because if black goes b6, white can always choose to open up the a file. And with this move, he's really trying to put that space advantage on the queen side to work. So Hikaru definitely still a little bit worse, but he has the clock advantage. And yeah, let's just hope that he can hold on with solid play here.
Yeah, let's very quickly look at Fabi. I read before the break in the chat that Fabi was making some progress. So let's see if that really is the case.
So he did play rook e1, logical move, queen c8, queen e4, h6, the bishop moved to h4, knight b6, and bishop g3. I think a clever idea to offer the trade of bishops, because when the bishops get traded off, he can get his knight to e5. Also, by the way, thanks for the sub, Gritty Baby. Really do appreciate everyone supporting the channel. That makes it a lot easier to keep things going, even when Hikaru is not here. But yeah, the pressure on the board combined with the pressure that Fabiano has on the clock, he's almost up an hour here, it will not be easy for Wesley to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, to be down almost 1 hour is pretty extreme. On the other hand, you know, pieces are coming off the board. I don't know, that must be surely a bit of a relief to Wesley if Fabi takes on d6, or what do you think?
Yeah, I would think so. So let's say Fabiano takes. I wonder how Wesley is going to recapture. It should be fine, I think, to recapture with the queen. I mean, white gets 95, but what does that really do? Black's queen side is slightly overextended. Maybe the c7 pawn can be weak, but at the same time, the pawn on d4 is weak as well. So I still expect this game to end in a draw, or it's, I think, the most likely result still. You know, Wesley is extremely solid, and white doesn't have a whole lot to work with. And in the meantime, Hikaru did make another move. He played the move bishop to d6, offering the trade of bishops. So now the question will be, how is Noderbeck going to deal with that? I mean, he can trade himself, or he can play something like queen f3 and make Hikaru trade the bishops and improve the placement of his queen.
I mean, now that you say that, queen f3 seems logical, right? I would love to get my queen to f4. So let's have a look at that. If queen f3... Of course, Hikaru also doesn't have to take on f4.
Then the question is, what else does he do, right? I mean, you can go rook e8, but you're forced to recapture with the knight, which probably is fine. I don't know. It's still all a little bit unpleasant. But again, I do really like the fact...
Oh, you really like the fact?
That Hikaru's up on time, and he's keeping up the pace.
If I go knight e6 here... Oh, am I trapping my bishop? Or...
Yeah, but there might be a knight g5 jump. Case of g4. Although the g4, knight g5, there's queen e3. So this is somewhat problematic. I mean, there's still bishop c2 or bishop b4, but all
B4.
looks a little bit tricky. So yeah, that's a nice catch right there. So let's see what Norbek is going to do. I like the move queen f3, keeping the tension. Black can play something like bishop. Oh wait, bishop b4. You cannot go here because that runs into knight h5 with a double attack. You can go here, but I'm not super impressed. So again, I think that Norbek's made some good moves, but what Hikaru is always good at is not letting the advantage get out of hand. You know, he's just sitting very solid. He knows, like, okay, I'm worse here, but he's keeping it within limits, so to speak. And also he's keeping the time. He's keeping his time edge. Right? So Norbek's going to have to spend some time here to find some good moves. And if he doesn't necessarily find those moves, the position gets even, and Hikaru still has that edge on the clock. Who knows if he can maybe get some chances himself. Overall, I think it's unlikely. I think it's more likely that the game is eventually going to peter out because Norbek will have to speed up a little bit because of the time difference, but I don't think he's going to make inaccuracies that are so bad that it's actually going to give Hikaru winning chances.
Yeah, I completely agree with that assessment. I also have to say I'm actually quite impressed with how Norbek, considering that he seemed to be sort of out of his preparation quite early in the game, quite impressed with how he has handled this situation over the board. Of course, it has cost him some time, but he seems to have found quite a nice setup.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think he's played this game pretty well. Like I said, he seemed to be out of book after knight c4, but I cannot criticize any of his choices. I mean, b3 is a good move, a4 is a good move, rook e1 is a good move, and then here with c3, a5, and b4, all of this makes perfect sense. And yeah, again, developing the bishop, moving the knight to b3. I guess, though, like, even though his moves were good, those were not necessarily difficult choices. The difficult choices are ahead right now. Like, is he going to trade the bishops himself? Is he going to avoid a bishop trade? Although bishop h6 would be pretty welcome by Hikaru because there's queen h4, creating a double attack. Or, like you said, something like queen f3. So again, the really difficult choices lie ahead of him right here. And especially, like, he might have to come up with a really good plan to create some real problems for Hikaru. And that's why, again, he's deeping the tank. And also, in the meantime, I did want to thank MC Gruber for the subscription as well.
Thank you so much. So we looked at queen f3. Okay, what if Norbek just takes on d6 himself?
Yeah, so if he takes himself, Hikaru is, of course, just going to recapture. You can go knight c5, but I think we are perfectly fine to meet that with b6. And where does the knight go? If it goes to d3, it's not even crazy to just trade off our bishop for the knight. And again, what is white really playing for here? So again, like, that's why it's so difficult to beat the Berlin, right? He might get a very small edge, but Black is still extremely solid, and Black doesn't have any real weaknesses. The only advantage that white has is that their pieces are slightly more actively placed.
So, okay, let's not take on d6 because I agree with you. White doesn't really get anything here. So what else can I try if we go back to the current position?
Perhaps queen d2, because if the queen f3, there is that move bishop b4, which could be slightly annoying. So queen d2, pretty similar idea. White still wants to go knight to c5. I think here it might make sense to go queen c7 and force the trade of bishops right away. Again, I would still prefer white here because a lot of these pawns are on light squares. Both bishops, both players have light squared bishops. So generally, Norbek's implementing a very effective strategy. When you have the light squared bishops, or when you have a bishop, you want to put your pawns on the opposite color of your bishop, so they can never be attacked by the opposing side. Simultaneously, if you do that, very often your opponent's pawns will be fixed on the color of the bishops, and that not only makes the bishop a little bit more passive, but that could also turn the pawns into potential targets. But hey, we've talked about this before. Norbek already down half an hour on the clock. I don't think he's going to get into real-time pressure because he has already made 21 moves. The position is fairly dry. I think the one thing Hikaru can do, again, drag out this game as long as possible and then maybe try to put that time advantage to work at like move 40 or 50 or even deeper into the game.
No, I agreed with that. Solintia is asking, guys, what's the actual right move here? Curious. I don't think it is a position where there is one right move. I think there's a couple of options which make sense for white. I mean, even looking at it with the engine, it's not clear that there is, one clearly best move, I don't think.
Yeah, no, it's really tough. It's really tough to say. So we'll see what Noorderbeck's going to do. Again, he's taking a lot of time. So we'll just.
There was another question in the chat if bishop e5 is an option.
Bishop e5 definitely is a move, yeah, because I guess we can still force the trade with f6, but f6 feels a little bit weakening. It's nothing too bad, but still, it weakens the 7 rank. Also, our king is slightly more exposed, just a little bit. The e6 square is now a little bit looser in case we put our knight there. So I think bishop e5 makes perfect sense. And in case Hikaru takes, I think you can make a strong case for taking with the d-pawn, because black has the majority on the queen side, but it's going to be more or less impossible to ever make use of that because white is firmly blocking any pawn push from black, and white can really try to put their kingside majority to work. So I like the move bishop to e5. Also, someone's asking, where is the streamer? Yeah, Hikaru again. He's away from the board.
Yeah, I think the question was more, why is he not here? Because who is this live? Oh, yeah. Well, this is live, and who is playing white? The person you see on the screen, that is Norway Abdusattorov from Uzbekistan, who is about to make a move, and I think he just dropped the bishop back.
Oh, and he did. He played the move bishop to g3. A pretty typical move that like all London players have seen when black plays bishop d6, white often goes bishop to g3. Now, I think Hikaru should just trade. I think he should just trade. Noorderbeck is probably going to recapture with the h-pawn. And here, it's not impossible for Hikaru to go for something like h5 and maybe h4 down the road. And I don't know, I feel like black should be doing pretty fine here. Not more than that, but I think Hikaru shouldn't really have to be too worried here.
Hikaru did look slightly surprised when he came back to the board. It's clear that bishop g3 wasn't one of the moves that he was, expecting the most. I really like your suggestion of taking on g3 and playing h5, because suddenly, okay, it's not much yet, but at least, we can probe a little bit there on the king side and maybe try and create something. Why is white so low on time? And Turbo USA, because he spent a lot of time in the opening phase of the game.
Exactly. Yeah. If you spend time, then you have less time later on. I mean, goes with that with anything. But yeah, I think this trade is now in Hikaru's favor, simply because of white often. I think it was actually better for Noorderbeck to trade himself, perhaps, because here he always still has the option to go maybe h3 and g4, kicking our bishop away. But like we said, if we trade ourselves and play h5, we stop g4 from white. Also, like we said, we have the additional option to go g4 later on. We never have to be really worried about the move f3, because that would make the pawn on g3 weak. So that's not something white is going to do. I wonder how Noorderbeck is going to continue from here. But I think Hikaru's impression, it basically tells me that, Noorderbeck was thinking for a long time. So Hikaru probably expected him to come up with something. And honestly, the move that Noorderbeck came up with doesn't seem that impressive. And I guess that I'm sort of trying to explain what Hikaru was thinking. Also, right now, he doesn't look too impressed. So I'm kind of curious what he will do. It's not an easy situation he finds himself in, but he really wants to fight for tournament victory, and he will often find a way. Like I remember a couple of years when he played in the US Championship, he still had a lot of black games. He had to play black against Ray, he had to play black against Jeffrey, but he played for the win in both of those games. got the wins, and he managed to win the championship. So even if the odds are against him, he will try to find a way.
Yeah, agreed. And well, we see Hikaru there sort of grimacing at the board. I wouldn't be surprised if he went for your suggestion of capturing followed by h5. I see chat is saying MCS is saying g5 is tempting.
No, I don't know. Not to me, let's put it that way. I don't see really what G5 doesn't really do that much. I think it might only weaken black's position very slightly. So
What's
I doubt
the idea
that
to follow up with h5 or what?
Or maybe that the bishop can move back to g6. Oh wait, he meant to take and queen g. Well, taking queen g5 is a possibility, but the queen is not attacking anything. And honestly, I would like to keep the queen here to so that's a little bit easier to deal with these knight c5 jumps. But again, I think it's just a good idea to take and go h5, stop g4, and always have that additional possibility of playing h4 yourself. Hikaru seems locked in right now, so he's studying the position, and I think it's quite likely that he's going for the line with takes an h5.
Yeah, I see that also. Big Try is asking, what about queen c7? Queen c7 also looks like a decent option, and I wonder if after that Nordebek will change his mind and take on d6 after all, which would mean we would be back.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say he very much could, but given the fact that he has already played bishop g3, he might just stay on that path and play something like queen to d2. But of course, it's very much possible that he might regret not taking here. And if you go queen c7, he gets the exact same position, right? So therefore, I do think it makes sense to sort of try to take advantage of his decision.
Yeah, and in a sense, bishop takes g3 is the only way to take advantage if you think it offers you something, because otherwise white can always just take on the next move, right? There is no other way, let's say, to take advantage, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Bishop takes g3 is the only move, like I said, to take advantage of Nordebek's move to double his pawns. And someone pointed out in the chat, this position, indeed, it is pretty dry. Both sides have, the pawn structure is symmetrical. Already one pair of pieces, minor pieces, has been traded off. Now another pair could be traded off, but at least it will give Hikaru a very, very, very slight imbalance in the structure. Like, at least it's something, right? And again, after h5, there is that potential h4 push to open up the line. So let's see what he is gonna do.
Yeah, maybe while Hikaru is thinking, we can have a quick tour of the other games that are still going.
Let's do it. So yeah, Magnus won the Armageddon after drawing in the classical. I kind of like Anish's position. We left off right around here. So Alireza has the center, but he doesn't really have a clear way. Wow, g4. I don't know, I'm not too impressed. But Anish has nice control on the queen side with the knight and the pawns over here. That being said, he's almost down half an hour on the clock.
How do you evaluate this position? You think black is a bit better?
Yeah, I like black's position. I think he wants to go perhaps for something like c5. This bishop on g2 doesn't seem too active for me. I don't think black has to be concerned about white doing anything on the king side. And this whole construction with the pawn on a4 and the knight on a5 does give black a nice amount of space on the queen side. So I would probably choose to be black here in this position.
Okay, so we'll see what Anish can do here. For now, let's actually check in with that Gukesh game. We left off after h4. We were a bit worried for Aryan, so let's see what's happened there.
Yeah, so after h4, Aryan played c5, Gukesh played knight e5, preparing the h5 push. Aryan goes a knight b7, challenging the knight in the middle. Gukesh goes bishop to e2, further preparing this push. And now Aryan goes h5, stopping it. And here, knight c6 by Gukesh. He jumps in with a knight and goes b4, but I don't know. I'm not too impressed. He wants to strengthen the knight with a move b5, but I don't know. It all feels very loose, and Arjan could perhaps try to prepare the e5 break sooner or later. So I think maybe Gukesh should have stayed focused on playing on the king side, but maybe something like knight df3. So in case black takes, you recapture, and you still want to go for g4. But this is really a double-edged game that can go either way. And look at the clock. Both players are almost around an hour. They still have to make another 29 minutes to reach the time control.
That's quite crazy, actually, that the game started almost 2 hours ago. Only 11 moves have been made. Feels like anything can happen in this game, and I think the time factor will play a huge role in what happens here. So very exciting game. And let's check in with the tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, by the way, Arjan played this move knight g4. I kind of like it, preparing a potential e5. You can also go here first. But yeah, let's check in Fabiano's game. Looking pretty dry. So we left off after queen e7, queen b7, queen here, queen e7. Eventually, we saw a trade. Wesley traded here, played rook c8. I don't know, if anything, white is still marginally better, but it's really too little, I would think. Wesley's going to bring the king, and I would assume this is going to end in a draw. I think it's just too little for white to work with. And in the meantime, Hikaru has made a move. He played the move queen c7, keeping it very solid, but again, I really would have liked to see him change up the pawn structure, but maybe he's just playing solid, and he's not necessarily thinking about mixing it up.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's also surely keeping an eye on Fabiano's game. I think right now a draw in the classical game is the most likely in both games. I think it will probably come in Fabiano's game first. And then what happens? That means that no matter what, he would have to beat Fabi tomorrow, or regardless of Armageddon.
Exactly. Yeah, if Fabiano's game ends, so here's the thing. If Fabiano's game ends in a draw, and then he loses the Armageddon, and Hikaru would go on to win the classical game, then they would be tied going into the final round. Now, I don't know the regulations in terms of tiebreaks. I don't know if they do play a tiebreak. I can perhaps look it up real quick. But that is the one scenario that Hikaru, or of course if Fabiano loses, but that's very unlikely. I don't see that happening. Whereas, Fabiano drawing and then losing the Armageddon is very much possible. But yeah, if Fabiano draws and Hikaru draws, he has to win the final game.
Okay, so we'll see. It's still, this game is not over yet. Things are still under control for Norway here. Do you think he will what do you think? Do you think he will change his mind, regret not taking on d6 and do it now, or continue, as you said, with queen d2 or something like that?
Yeah, I suspect him to stay on the same path and not change his mind with bishop takes d6. But hey, you never know. And by the way, I just looked it up. If two players share the first place, there will be a playoff to decide the winner. This playoff consists of a 2-game blitz match with a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment per move. If this match ends in a tie, a further match will be played. If this match ends in a tie, it says that a further match will be played. I guess another 2-game blitz match. If this match ends in a tie, there will be an Armageddon game where white has 10 minutes and black with drawouts has 7 minutes. So the Armageddon we know from the tournament. But then I do not know who will have the white pieces.
But that's surely good news for Hikaru. I think he would be very happy to see blitz as a tiebreaker.
I think so too. Yeah, he's been pretty impressive in this tournament with in the Armageddons. In blitz, it didn't he wasn't super impressive, but generally I would consider him a slight favorite over Fabiano. So that is certainly in his favor. But yeah, he would have to. But I think, yeah, the only scenario in which he catches up to Fabiano, I believe, again, is that one that we described. If Fabiano draws, then loses the Armageddon, and Hikaru wins the classical game, which I think all of that is pretty unlikely. I think it's very likely that both games are going to end in a draw, and that Hikaru will have to win the final round with the white pieces.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that's looking the most likely right now, especially Fabiano's game. I think there's almost no way Fabiano is ever losing today.
Someone just made a great comment, made a great point in the chat. If they are tied going into the final round, there's no chance that there is going to be a tiebreaker because they will play an Armageddon anyway. So there would be something. Then the Armageddon would be for tournament victory. So
you're right.
Let me think. There's got to be a way that there can be or I can't think of it from the top of my. No, wait. Yes. If Fabiano loses the game and Hikaru wins in the Armageddon, then Hikaru would be half a point behind Fabiano going into the final round. And if their final round ends in a draw and Fabiano wins the Armageddon, then they share first place.
I didn't follow that. Can you say it again? So what today?
If Fabiano losing and Hikaru winning in the Armageddon. Because then Hikaru scores 1.5 points. He moves up to 14, and Fabiano will stay at 14.5. Wait. So in that case,
but Hikaru would move to 14 if he wins the Armageddon.
Yeah, he'll move to 14, but Fabiano stays on 14.5.
And then Hikaru wins the Armageddon.
Exactly, and then they are tied. Yeah, but
very unlikely, but it is a possible scenario.
Yeah, very, very unlikely. Well, cringe dealer. I meant that in case Fabiano loses the classical. I mean, I don't really see that happening. But in the meantime, we have knight c5. He's really inviting Hikaru to trade here because now white is threatening to take on d6 and take here. You can go b6, but it's somewhat passive. Hikaru gets back at the board. I mean, I really hope he will do this because that will create some sort of imbalance. I know that is not going to happen, but that is the only mathematical scenario that I can think of, that the tournament will be decided by a tiebreaker. But I think more likely than anything, it's very likely that Hikaru will have to win tomorrow with white pieces, unless he can cook up chances out of pretty much nowhere in this game.
Yeah, well, let's see. So if this bishop takes g3, h takes, and h5, do we create something?
No, I assume white's going to play queen e2. I mean, white can just play something like queen f4. Although, you know, these pawns can also turn into weaknesses. Black can maybe argue that their pawn structure on the king side is slightly better. But it's really very far off from anything. I think the way that Hikaru could get chances is if the position remains equal and if he maintains his time advantage.
Yeah, so Hikaru is still thinking here, but if he's not going to take on g3, what's he going to do? Because as you said, white is threatening to take on d6 right now.
The only other way to address it is to play b6, but here he allows something like knight a6, take, and then b5. So it's really like why would he? b6 feels more passive to me. So I don't know. I really hope he will take on g3.
No, he hasn't moved yet. Okay, Hikaru now also spending a bit of time here. Now he has to. Chat, this is your time to shine. He really has to take on g3 now, because that other line you're showing, it looks like black actually has to find some defensive resources. Yeah?
Exactly. Yeah. This is sort of the one step towards imbalancing the game. Like, he's still very, very far off from actually winning this one. But this, if anything, this is the first step. This would also equalize the game. I think after trading here, he's no longer worse. And, then, step by step, maybe he can get there. It's not so much mutual blindness. It's just more that both players evaluate this position perhaps to be better for white. So perhaps they slightly misevaluate it.
Alvarito was saying, man, pink shirt pacing in front of the camera is irritating the heck out of me for some reason. I haven't even noticed. I guess it's Anish, right? Probably. If someone's pacing and wearing a pink shirt.
He really wants to be a part of the stream. Like, he keeps walking in front of our camera. So yeah, it's got to be him.
Oh, there he is. How is Anish getting on, actually?
Anish, he is.
That was the position, that we liked his position, with this knight. I forgot that we looked at his game. No, we did like his position. I don't know. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to take another quick look around?
Yeah. So yeah, for sure. Let's look around. I was just gonna say, Anish currently is on 10 points. That puts him in the second half of the tournament, but it's all extremely close. Like, Fabiano has a lead over the tournament, then it's Hikaru, but then it's all very close between Magnus, Wesley, Gukesh, Shahryar, Giri, Faruja, and then there's a bit of a gap to Noterbeck and then Tari. But in terms of the classical, Anish is doing pretty all right. He's on +1. He's on 4 out of 7, but he's lost every Armageddon. Or no, wait, he's won the first Armageddon against Noterbeck, but after that, I'm being too harsh. He lost to Fabiano, but then he beat Wesley as well. He did lose to Hikaru. He then lost to Magnus. He then lost to Gukesh, but he got some wins in the beginning in the Armageddons. But yeah, let's have a look at Fabiano's game. We have some more moves. So let's see. We left off right here after Rook C8, King F1, King F8, Knight E5, King E7, King E2, F6, Knight D3, and King D7. White still has a little bit of pressure, and look at the clock. We cannot discard that. I mean, 123 against 37 seconds. Like, let's say go Rook C2. Knight C5 is a threat, winning the pawn. I mean, you can go pawn here, check, and move the king, but I think you would still rather be white here. I mean, these pawns are all a little bit loose. White's pieces are active, and especially because of the difference on the clock.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Fabi will keep playing. I think draw, of course, is still the most likely result by far. But it's a position that, as we mentioned earlier, you can't really lose as white unless you blunder something big. So there is no reason, I think, for Fabi not to keep playing, especially as you mentioned, with the time situation being what it is. So we'll see if Fabi can press a little or if Wesley will hold easily. But I think the draw a big favorite in this game. And elsewhere,
yeah, let's have a look. And by the way, I was thinking this has been suggested before by, I don't know if it was by you or by people in the chat, but perhaps for tomorrow we should really get a Giri counter, because I see him there every 5 seconds. He keeps pacing back and forth. But let's have a look at the game between Tari and Gukesh. So we left off after knight G4, castles E5, and Gukesh goes bishop to G3. Still very complicated, very double-edged. I mean, all of the pieces are on the board, even though there's a lot of tension right now. And I don't know. I mean, Gukesh is starting to pull away a little bit on the clock. Right now he's up 15 minutes. Tari has to be careful, otherwise the time really is going to be an issue.
Yeah, and somehow it feels like a 3-result game, this one. Which side would you rather play here?
I don't know. I'm thinking white. Black looks pretty active, but it could also be overextended. You have to be worried about this. So I guess I would rather play white in this position. It feels like white's moves are easier. I mean, if black takes, you recapture. Black takes, you recapture. You can take here. if they move the knight here, for example, otherwise that hangs this, but let's say bishop b7, you just defend the knight. So it feels like white's moves are a little bit easier, and Tari has all the choices here, which, to be honest, seems more of a bad thing right here. And yeah, as people pointed out in the chat, Anish keeps pacing back and forth. We really do need that counter tomorrow.
We do. Last chance tomorrow. But it feels like the counter is going up faster and faster. I feel like in the beginning he was like every now and then, but now it's just like a metronome, or what is that a word in English? You know, like the musical clock? I don't know. Help me out, chat. Anyway, let's quickly check in with Ali Reza.
But I saw in Chess.com stream that Hikaru did a confession, but I don't know if that was the confession he did earlier, or I suppose it's the same confession he did earlier. And so let's check in with Anish's game, because he wants to be a part of the stream. So we left off after knight a5, knight h4 by Ali Reza, and c5 was played, threatening c takes d4, putting a lot of pressure on my side. And I think that was Fabiano. I could tell from the body language. Again, I like Anish's position. He's got a lot of space. Maybe you have to trade d5 as possible as well. But I think here after c4, Black is doing pretty well. You trade off the bishops, then knight can always swing back with knight b7 to c5. And I feel like this bishop is pretty passive. He's committed all of these pawns to the light squares, and Black is doing pretty well. So I like Anish's position.
And by the looks of Anish pacing around, he probably likes it too. I feel in general when he's walking, he's quite confident. So we'll see what happens here, but it doesn't feel like Ali Reza's opening experiment was a success in any way.
All right, so we just received word that apparently it is a new confessional by Hikaru, so I'm kind of curious to hear what he said, but it will take a while for us to be able to pull it up. In the meantime, he's still thinking about knight c5. For whatever reason, he seems really unsure to trade on g3, but it is really the move we are hoping for. And but yeah, let's listen into what Hikaru said in the confessional booth. right, so always interesting to hear Hikaru's thoughts. So he feels like the game is going to peter up pretty soon, and he feels like he's just going to stay solid. I guess that's why he doesn't want to change up the structure with bishop takes g3. But again, it feels like by far the most comfortable way to deal with this threat on the b7 pawn.
I'm very curious. I mean, Hikaru has spent a long time on this move. And I'm really curious what he's considering. I mean, b6 really didn't look that appealing. Is there any other... What if we just play rook b8? Is that terrible?
I don't know. I mean, rook b8 definitely possible, but now we can never really go b6 because it will allow a fork. And why just go something like queen f3? And what do we do? I mean, at some point, you have to do this, right? I mean, the tension is otherwise just going to be a little bit annoying. And what I don't like is that almost his entire time advantage has disappeared. I think right around here, I don't know if we can check it, but he was up, I think, half an hour or at least 25 minutes. But now it's he's only up 10. 10 is not, I mean, it's still something, but 10 also easily shrinks, you know, but like 20, you can really keep that lead on the clock.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that it shrinked in this position of all positions. The confessional, Hikaru's confession was really interesting. I guess it was from maybe a while ago, maybe I would say 40 minutes, something like that. I don't remember the position exactly, but it was still early doors when Fabi was blitzing out everything. Certainly his prediction that this game might peter out very quickly did not come true. I don't expect that it will peter out anytime soon. I think we're in for the long haul here. And I think his other concern that the tournament would end today, at least he must be happy about that, seeing that Wesley did indeed do a great job at defending what was very impressive preparation by Fabi.
Yeah, let's have a look. In the meantime, I mean, Anish keeps pacing by. It's getting, I don't know, it's getting a little bit too much. I don't know if it's too much, but yeah. I like how Wesley's defending. He's still under some pressure, but I do believe that he should hold. I mean, I guess his board is nearby, and he just chose this spot to pace. But anyway, so we left off after king to d7, rook c2 was played by Fabiano. Check, king f3, king d6. Hikaru now all alone on the board because Norway left. I guess you go for something like knight c5. And let's say we go a5, check. Here takes, I don't know, like you might be fine, but white is up a pawn for the moment. So some issues for Wesley to figure out, and knight c5 has been played. Not easy. I mean, 33 minutes, we're used to that being a lot of time. But with the one time control, it can easily disappear, and Fabian is still having a lot of time.
Yeah, maybe I was too quick, you know, to sell it as Wesley has defended it. He's defended well so far, but the job isn't done just yet. So we'll see if he can keep it up. They on move 34, so... But a5 has been played. Shall we quickly have a look at that line where white takes the pawn?
Yeah, so check, king d7, knight takes a5. There is rook a8 attacking the knight. Now, the only critical move is b4. If you move the knight anywhere, then you take. And after b4, there is the move knight c4 attacking the knight. And in case it takes, I don't know, this looks scary, but Black is doing okay. But to the human eye, to go for this, you really have to be sure. And I don't know, I'm not convinced. So I would be impressed. I would be impressed and surprised if Wesley would go for this.
But 1 second, isn't it already too late? I mean, how do you avoid going for this?
The one thing you could do is go, well, king up takes, this doesn't look good. So I guess we have to go down that line with king d7 takes, rook a8, b4, and I think you have to go knight c4. So I don't know if Wesley saw all of this. I mean, I guess he did because I don't see any other way to play. But like, let's say takes takes. What about king e4 here? Okay, let's say king d6, and let's say white goes d5. You might have this, and there's no good way to defend it. But is it possible? Is it possible that Hikaru's pace in the game was pretty good? He was moving quickly. But is it possible that his pace is disturbed by someone else's pace?
What do you mean?
Someone pacing by.
Oh, that's too deep. Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, I don't know what happened. I really, really, really wonder. How long has he? Let me see. He's been thinking for
20 minutes or so. Gotta go, Hikaru. Oh, and he finally takes on g3.
Yeah, he spent 20 minutes. Yeah.
After 20 minutes of thought. All right. Norbek is, of course, going to recapture with the pawn. And I assume he's going to go h5. It's just a very thematical follow-up, stopping g4, gaining space on that side of the board. Again, he always has the idea of going h5. He could also go rook a e8, but I do... Rook a8 has been played. I was just going to say, I do expect Hikaru to move quickly because he had been thinking for this for so long, right? So, and you know that Norbek is going to recapture like this.
So rook e8, offering a trade of rooks. I guess white will take, otherwise black will take. Hikaru will take himself and bring the other rook to e8. Or is something like maybe queen d2 actually to connect the rooks.
All right, so let's see what Norbek is going to do. Hikaru felt like the only way things could really get out of control is if Norbek would go crazy. I mean, and that's very often how it feels in a classical game, because you think like, okay, my opponent's got all the time in the world. There's nothing happening here. How can anything actually happen? But like we said before, if you keep the game going, he's got that. Well, he still has a time edge, not as significant anymore. It's still something. It's 7 minutes instead of, what was it, like 25. But if he can get Norbek low on time, keep the position equal, there could be chances. And Fiona, do you know why the chat is rioting?
Well, I saw it in the chat, yeah, because of Anish.
Exactly.
Although I also liked the comment by someone that it's 2023, like we don't like any reason is a good reason to riot.
Exactly. Yep. No, I agree. I agree. Every time Anish walks by,
but the pacing is out of hand now. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I think he's literally pacing, like Anish is pacing back and forth, and this is where Hikaru's board is. Like, he just chose that particular spot. Like before, we saw him walk by, then maybe he would go all the way over, and then he would go back. But he's really just going from this spot to the other.
But it's also unusual that the cameras would be like that. The place where the players can walk would be between the camera and the board. Usually the camera is closer to the board so that nobody walks in front of it, right?
Oh, that's a very good point. Yeah, usually the cameras are very close. I mean, for example, at Vaikanze, I think they're put on the table, although maybe Anish will still find a way. No, but
if you remember the setup in Vike, they walk behind the cameras. Like the camera is maybe half a meter away from the board, which makes a lot more sense because this is actually just like quite. It also doesn't look great, right?
I don't know. It's making our job way too difficult. I don't know if I can do this. It's getting too much for me. Anyway, joking aside, let's see what Norbek is going to do after rook a e8. He could take on e8 and then go g4, get in that pawn push. I don't think it necessarily changes anything. I'm sure Hikaru wants to go bishop to c8. Very solid. He can go h5 potentially. I don't know. I mean, it's still extremely, extremely solid. But yeah, Norbek could, of course, also play queen to d2. Let's say, and I think what Hikaru might do is just, let's say, trade and go rook e8. I guess he doesn't really expect anything to happen in this game. Neither do we really. I think what Hikaru is just hoping for is that Wesley doesn't lose. I think he just hopes that Wesley doesn't lose, that a draw is fine, and that he will go for his chance tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think now maybe we are getting closer to the game petering out. Not immediately, but at some point. Let's go to see if let's quickly see if Wesley found this whole defense with knight c4.
Let's have a look. He is thinking after knight takes a5. All right, but rook a8 really looks like the only move. I mean, if he doesn't find this line, I think he's just gonna lose. Then he would be down more than half an hour on the clock and down a pawn. I don't think that's holdable. He goes rook a8, logical. Fabiano's going to go b4. It's the only way to defend the knight and keep the game going. And you have to go knight c4. I think if you do not play knight c4 and you play knight e5, for example, I mean, I think this position is borderline lost, technically speaking.
Yeah, this looks not fun, to say the least. So yeah, I think Hikaru, if he was watching this, because he is away from the board right now, if he was watching this live, I think he was very relieved to see rook a8 be played.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. All right, so b4 has been played by Fabiano. I think the rook a8 is very logical. It's really the moment right here. And Wesley does find knight c4. Very impressive. Now, he is still down a pawn. I mean, you would still rather be white in this position. Is Wesley going to hold? Probably, but still some problems to solve. So let's see if Fabiano can expose serious problems here and how he is going to try to do that.
He has to, for starters, he has to take on c4, right? Oh,
I think so.
Can he play knight b3?
It just looks a little bit too passive. Like after king d6, king d5, I don't see a good way for white to improve the position. Like this knight over here is kind of stuck. The rook is stuck. The king is stuck. And yeah, I don't really see a way for white to make progress. So I think taking here definitely looks like the critical continuation. You also double black spawns. And at first glance, it seems pretty insane. Know that black is doing okay here. You're down a pawn. You have double pawns. But to be fair, you do have this rook. But I don't know. It seems really on the edge. But it might just be okay.
Sorry, I'm laughing. I see that Trevor is saying every time Anish walks by, I take a shot. I'm now a gallon deep and ready to ride. Now, I think if you played the take a shot game, we'd just be dead by now. Like we'd all be dead. We wouldn't even be in hospital. We'd just be technical KO'd.
Yeah, no, I think there's no way. I mean, at this point, I think it's definitely over 100.
Yeah.
But yeah, tomorrow. Well, the thing though is like if we would get a niche counter, our producer Jaron would have to be here the entire stream, and he would have to like, okay, 1, 2, you know, let's just hit every single time.
Maybe we can have like a special sound effect or something, or like a counter on the screen.
Maybe like a chat command, although the thing is if he's going to pace by, then everyone does it, and it adds up too much.
Only one person can use the command.
Maybe it would be something for the mods. I think Crispy would love that. Control the Anish
counter.
The Geary counter, yeah.
Meanwhile, Nordibek just took on e8, I believe.
Yeah. So I think Hikaru is just going to recapture with the rook. And then let's see, is he going to go for the move g4? Makes perfect sense to gain some space on that side of the board before Hikaru is able to do so himself with the move h5. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that as soon as Hikaru gets back, he's just going to recapture with the rook.
Yeah, there's nothing at all to be said for knight takes, right?
Yeah, no other move really.
Okay,
Chad
so
took a weird turn again. But never mind. I said Chad took a weird turn again, but I think Hikaru is going to recapture with the rook.
Yeah, there he goes.
Okay, so let's see. I mean, I think Norbek is going to go g4. That is why he took himself, because you cannot go g4 right here, because if you do, Hikaru could take and then win a pawn. So really the only point... Oh, wait, he takes and goes b5. Uh-huh. And this is kind of what Hikaru was saying earlier, that the only way the game could become interesting is if Norbek would do something crazy. Now, I don't think the move b5 is crazy, but it does create a little bit more imbalance. So let's see what we can do. I wonder, like, let's say we take. White takes, and we go, let's say, rook e7. Let's say white goes queen b3, attacking this pawn over here. Yeah, it's still really, really dry. Yeah, I don't see how anything is really going to happen here.
How do you defend the pawn on d5?
I don't know. By the way, we also have Magnus in the chat who won his Armageddon against Shaq. Yeah, you can go bishop b4, or like maybe queen d6, or...
But is a6 enough? Huh?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, someone said something funny in the chat. I keep going. What were you gonna say?
I'm trying to find the funny comment.
Never mind. Just so queen d6. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's like this and knight b7. Anyway, so let's see what else is gonna happen. Hikaru has already taken on b5. You now expect Norbek to recapture any second. So, Fiona, I think this is also your first time commentating on Kick, right?
Yeah, it is.
So is it also your first time reading the Kick chat?
I was lurking briefly a couple of times. I have a problem for now. I can't open Kick on Chrome. What's that about?
That is an issue I had a couple days ago. I think if you do Control-Shift-R, that might solve the issue.
Okay, I'll try that. And also, I was so sad. Yesterday I finally created my Kick account in preparation for today, but of course Fiancetta was taken. I don't know why I didn't create it immediately. You got yours, or it was also taken?
No, yeah, mine. You
have the same, yeah?
Yes, I have the same one. I already created mine a while ago because I already learned about Kick a couple months ago. So I created mine.
Now I'm the real Fiancetta, but it's like, it sucks, right?
You could technically reach, like, here's the thing. The question is, who is Fiancetta, right? So, like, let's say we go to kick.com/Fiancetta. If that is not an actual... Wait, I don't even see an account. So you could reach out to Kick and be like, hey, that is my username pretty much everywhere, you know, on Twitch, on Twitter, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even on Instagram. And then they might just give it to you.
I might do that. I don't like being the real Fiancetta. I want to be Fiancetta. Because I think a lot of people did that, right? They just created usernames with streamers handles just to troll them or whatever. So yeah, you're right. I might reach out. So, and what's going on? Rook d8.
Rook d8 has been played. I mean, I'm starting to like Hikaru's chances. This pawn on c3 is weak. This pawn on a5 is weak. He's up on the clock. It's not impossible that something might happen here. And yeah, let's go through some of these scenarios again. Like, let's say Hikaru wins and Fabiano draws, right? Let's say Hikaru wins and Fabiano draws, and let's say Fabiano goes on to win the Armageddon. Hikaru would move to 15.5, and Fabiano would move to 16. So in that case, Hikaru doesn't have to beat Fabiano in the classical. He could also draw the game and win the Armageddon. That would also tie up the pleasure, and that would actually force
So you found another one, yeah?
Yes.
This is our second mathematical.
So
that one is maybe more likely than the other one that we had.
Yeah, I think that one can actually happen because Fabiano is never going to lose. I think a draw is likely there, but here it's not impossible that Hikaru is going to win. I mean, he's up on time. The position is even. So let's say Noterbeck plays a move like queen to d2. This pawn is weak. Like maybe we can play something like 96, trade of the knights. It's going to be a long grind, but like we go h5, we go king g7. We have this idea of rook h8 and h4 potentially. Again, this is a target. The pawn on c3 is a target. We will have to sit with the rook on a3, which doesn't look like the best way. And Noterbeck, I mean, of course, he's an extremely strong player, but he has collapsed a little bit in this form. Like he hasn't been super, he's been a little bit shaky. So who knows?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's not impossible. I think it's unlikely Hikaru will win, but not impossible. Let me quickly drink before I once again. I don't know what's going on with my voice. Oh, thank you, Crispy. Will do. I don't have Italian roots, Pedro, now, but I have Corsican roots. So rook d8. We would be happy, right, to not see g4. Anything other than g4, and we're happy.
Yeah, but it seems like for whatever reason, both players have declined from playing either g4 or h5. So we'll see what's going to happen. Also, we have a comment in the chat. Matt says a big factor to keep in mind with these Armageddons is that so far in the tournament, Black has had a big advantage. I think overall, Black has been doing better, although I've also seen plenty of Armageddons which have been won by White. And if anyone can do it, it's Hikaru. That being said, though, he was really struggling against Shahryar earlier on. I mean, he won by a miracle. I mean, he was.
That's the one where I was lurking. That's actually one of the only days I got some time to watch. That was really impressive, actually.
Yeah, that one was crazy. I mean, the thing is, though, it's Hikaru. Like, you're always like, well, it's not over. But I don't know. I really didn't think it'll. Yeah, well, although you never know. You always know that there's still a chance. But it really did seem like there was no chance. Fabiano, overall, he's been doing pretty all right in the Armageddons. Let me look up his record real quick. So he won the Armageddon against Anish. He lost an Armageddon to Gukesh. He's actually only played 2 because he's been very up and down. Like he beat Magnus, then he beat Tari, he beat Faruja, lost to Mamed, beat Noterbeck, and then he played Gukesh. So let's see what's going to happen. Let's check in real quick with Fabiano's game. What is going on? Oh, Fabiano's still thinking after the move knight c4. I guess overall, it is most likely that this game is going to end in a draw. But of course, Fabiano up a pawn will keep pushing. And let's say this game ends in a draw and Fabiano loses the Armageddon and Hikaru wins his classical game. Then all of a sudden, they would be tied. And again, we've talked about this. If it would come down to an Armageddon, it would decide the tournament.
Yeah, actually what I think will happen today. I think we're going to see all Armageddons today. I don't think anyone is going to have a decisive game.
So let's check in. So Anish, it's very much possible that we will have a draw there. Hikaru, it's possible. Although, again, I'm starting to like his chances. Ariantari, I don't know. I think a decisive result here is quite likely. But Fabiano's game, I do think it's going to be an Armageddon. And Trevor asks in the chat, what are the rules for a tiebreaker in case they tie? In case they will have to play a tiebreaker, if 2 players share the first place, there will be a playoff to decide the winner. This playoff consists of a 2-game blitz match with a time control of 3 minutes plus 2-second increments per move. If this match ends in a tie, a further match will be played. I guess another 2-game match with 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And if this match ends in a tie, there will be an Armageddon game where White has 10 minutes and Black with draw odds has 7 minutes. And then with the increment starting from move 41. However, they're not saying who will have the white pieces. So I don't know.
Yeah, I also don't know about that. I think we're anyway still very far removed from a playoff. Let's imagine Hikaru is in a must-win situation tomorrow against Fabi. How do you think he would approach such a game?
So you're saying if Hikaru has to beat Fabiano tomorrow?
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah, I think he will probably make sure that the game isn't too theoretical. He had a theoretical discussion with Shakir Armageddon. Shaq knew all of the moves, and then the game just ended in a draw. So if you do that, you take a bit of a risk, right? Like you either are banking on, does your opponent know it? Does he not know it? In a normal classical game, that is a completely fine approach, because a draw is not the end of the world. Tomorrow, if he is behind, it's not the end of the world to get second, but of course he wants to win. So I think, and by the way, Hikaru immediately reached for a piece. I guess he might be going for 96, which looks very logical, and I like the move, and I like the fact that he plays it quickly. You want to get rid of this knight over here, and I think he's slowly but surely starting to take over the pawns, and c3 and a5 are a little bit weak. But yeah, getting back to your question, I mean, how would he then do it? I don't know. I mean, he's played this knight of 3 and e3 and b3 system a lot, but I feel like he's sort of running out of ideas there. But I'm sure him and Chris Littlejohn will come up with something.
I think that's a good prediction. I think it's a big risk to test Fabi in any theoretical lines. Meanwhile, while we were chatting, a few pieces have come off the board. How has the position changed?
So looking pretty balanced, Noterbeck parks his queen on b4, defending the pawn on a5 and the pawn on c3. And is Hikaru finally going to go h5? It's nothing too earth-shattering, but I really do like the idea of going h5, king g7, rook h8, and h4, or at least having that idea on tap. And yeah, I mean, this pawn could be hanging, this pawn could be hanging. So let's see if he will go for it. He can also go rook c8, attacking this pawn, but I think Noterbeck will just defend everything with rook a3. So I hope that Hikaru will find a way to keep the game going, and let's see how he's going to do it.
Somehow, I don't know, he looks to me not too happy. Like, I don't think he's unhappy, but I don't think he feels that he has anything here. Would you agree with that body language reading?
He goes rook c8. I kind of just hope that he doesn't just settle for a draw. It is move 30, though, so if he wants to offer a draw right now, he can. But again, I really hope he doesn't, and that he will. He does have that. No, he offered a draw. He offered a draw.
Did you see it? I missed it.
I saw him say something, and I don't know what else it could.
I think it makes that also makes sense with my body language reading. I missed the draw for, but it looked to me like he was, yeah, not seeing anything.
I'm not pissed. I'm just disappointed. I'm just disappointed. That's all. Because if anything, it feels like maybe Black has a very slight edge. He is behind in the tournament. A win here could mean a lot. Now, I do understand. A rook a3 play by Noterbeck. Let's go. Game on. Now it's game on. Now it's game on.
Interesting. I mean, I'm very, very surprised that Noterbeck decided to play on.
Yeah, but there we go. Rook a3. Okay, let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, again, I do hope that he will go I mean, it looks so logical. h5, king g7, then maybe here. So, but he did reach for a piece. Let's see which one he is gonna go for. What you can also do is go queen e8 and rook c7. I don't know if that is a better setup, but if you want to go for that, you can do so now. Because if you go h5, white moves the bishop, let's say here, and right now you can. So let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, he is up on time. The position is not worse for him, so just keep the game going. Come on, we've got to send him energy. Spam this flower to give Hikaru power. He needs to win here. And there it is. H5 is on the board.
H5 at last. All good things come to those who wait, Benjamin. We waited long for h5, but it's finally here.
Exactly. So let's see. Yeah, if Hikaru, yeah, I'm pretty sure that okay, like let's say Fabiano's game ends. So here's the thing: even if Fabiano wins, then Hikaru would really need a win, because then he still has a theoretical chance. So I don't know why he would offer, like this way he keeps his chances open. The one explanation is that he feels like Fabiano's game is going to end in a draw. His game is going to end in a draw anyway, and then he might as well get it over with quickly, so he gives himself more time to prepare for tomorrow's matchup.
I think that makes sense. I'm still, because I saw some people in chat say he didn't offer a draw. What do we think? Can we even have polls here? I'm new.
Sorry, you're asking if we can have draws?
No, polls in the chat.
Oh, polls. Oh, I don't know how that works. I haven't figured that out yet myself, but I'm pretty sure that
some people say, like, I didn't see any offer, but I thought from his body language and from the way Nordebek looked at him when he played rook a3, sort of saying, I'll play. So I didn't see a draw offer, but everything around it seemed to me like there might have been. We can run a poll. I'm curious. What does the chat think? Was there a draw offer or not? Meanwhile, bishop e2 on the board. How do we continue here?
So king g7 makes sense, maybe here. I wonder if Nordebek wants to meet a potential h4 with g4, because now he can, and he could meet h3 with g3. So let's have a look. Like, let's say we go king g7, white goes rook b3. It's not obvious to me at all what we do here. White is not really threatening to take because we take ourselves. The one thing I like for Hikaru, and this is why I like the fact that he changed up the pawn structure, is that his pawns, like, he's a little bit more flexible on this side of the board. Whereas Nordebek is a little bit more stuck. He cannot make any pawn moves. He can put his bishop on f3 and it's all pretty solid. But for example, king h2 will always run into h4. You definitely do not want to allow that. You cannot push any pawns over here. And black, he has a little bit more space. So I do like that for Hikaru. But let's see how he will create any sort of winning chances here. It's not easy at all.
Yeah, tricky still. I mean, I'm just glad the game is still going. I saw we just had a poll to determine whether polls exist, and now we get to the real polls. So far, no is crushing it. Not a single person one person thinks there was a draw offer.
And that's me? Or you?
No, I didn't vote yet. I'm still considering my options.
I'm pretty sure he offered a draw. Like, he made it, like, he had that body language, like, it was like, and then he made his move, and I saw him say something. And I mean, if it's not a draw offer, then
can we not get VAR to intervene?
Now let's see if we can have VAR Kobian reach out the video and tell us the final verdict, whether a draw is offered or not. Draw wrong! All right, let's see. So people are saying Hikaru made a strange face when Nordebek moved the rook. Yeah, I guess he might have been surprised that Nordebek declined. Nordebek giving him a stare again. But yeah, I mean, he's very confident. So let's see what is going to happen. Now, again, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know if we can pull up the VAR, because also I just checked Chess.com stream. They didn't catch this moment. Like, it was only on our camera.
Okay. We'll leave it with our producer. I don't know if he has the powers to go back. There are a few yesers. Yeah, I didn't see it, but I thought, first of all, Hikaru's facial expressions before that move, to me, indicated like he's resigned to making a draw. And then the reaction from Nordebek when he played rook a3 make me believe that there was a draw offer. Anyway, we'll ask him. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my goodness. Not again. Please.
Oh, hope you're all right. So let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, to me, king g7 makes sense, followed by rook h8. because white can never really take here because you always hang the pawn on a5. So not easy to make progress. And yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to make progress. I actually like these headphones better, Eric, but I do appreciate it. But hey, you can donate, and then I can buy those. But let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. He could perhaps go, let's say, rook e8, and maybe if rook here, you move the bishop somewhere, and you have some ideas of, let's say, no, not bishop d7 because it hangs this. But my idea was kind of that after bishop f3, I want to go h4, and you cannot take because that will lead to checkmate on one, and otherwise you're gonna allow this. This could at least, make the game a little bit. Wait, actually, here we do this because if you take, there's
oh my God,
checkmate.
that's
So rook
so
e8.
sick.
Yeah, and here all of a sudden white is in big trouble. So that could be a nice way for Hikaru to create some problems, perhaps with rook e8. So let's see if he's going to go for it.
Okay, rook e8. An interesting try, actually. I like your idea. It's very tricky. Time is once again only 10 minutes between the players. Okay, let's quickly make a tour again while we wait for Hikaru to make his move.
Let's bring up the bird's eye view, as people like to say. So let's see. We have this game here between Firouzja and Anish Giri. All right, so we left off after I don't know, c5, take, knight f5, queen c7, stopping the fork. Firouzja played a c4. We saw lots of trades, and rook ab8, rook 81, bishop b6. I don't know. I think Anish has a pretty comfortable position. I mean, this pawn is a little bit weak, but nothing too bad. He can go c4 later on, bringing that bishop back into the game. Now he can take on b2. And oh wait, bishop b3 wins an exchange. I don't know if Alireza has enough compensation, but let's see what's going to happen. And then we have Hikaru's game, which hopefully will heat up a little bit. Now let's check in with this game. So we left off after knight c4. There was a trade, g4, king up, takes, check, king here, takes, king g3. White is up a pawn, but I don't think there's a way to make progress. After g3, let's say we go g6. I don't see a move.
It's it's a very nice defensive setup. Black is so active, actually. And okay, what if I try king e3?
Yeah, king e3. Maybe just something like here, check, back. I mean, though with after g6, white can go here and here, but shouldn't be enough to win.
No.
Wait, what's... Wait, what is happening? They're just going back and forth. I mean, but why? Like, try bishop b2, king g7. But why why not try with like rook e8, rook h8? I mean, you can try, but he just... Because, like, it's not like Norway has to take the draw. I guess Hikaru thinks, like, okay, Norway cannot do anything. He's just going to go king g8, king g7. But why not try?
It's so funny, right? That it seems like Hikaru wants to make that draw, and Nordic's like, no, I want to play. The question is, will Hikaru at some point change up gears, or will he wait?
It's kind of surprising because he's not worse at all. I mean, if anything, black might be a little bit better. White doesn't really have a plan at all. I mean, rook b3, you always hang this pawn over here, and c3 is hanging. The pawn on b7 is a weakness, but white has two weaknesses, the pawn on c3 and the pawn on a5. Also, white's king, again, is a little bit stuck here. We have the potential idea of h4, so I'm just a little bit surprised that, he doesn't, keep the game going with something like rook e8. But I think right now he's just going to go back, king g7.
Maybe he's playing mind games, because Nordic is getting more and more confident that he can press. And then when he least expects it, boom, rook e8.
Yeah, well, we'll see what's going to happen. King g7 is on the board. Yeah, so let's see what Noterbeck is gonna do. Like, let's say he goes queen b4 back, right? But I can sort of tell from Hikaru's body language is like, everything is a draw, everything is a draw, and especially if he goes king g8, king g7, he already offered a draw earlier. That he's not in a very combative mood, and maybe just wants this game to be over with. Like, again, that wouldn't make sense for him to, just make a draw, go back to the hotel, prepare something for Fabiano, because it would be unfortunate if this is a long game and he doesn't, and the game ends in a draw anyway, and then he's lost a lot of time and energy that he could have put into that game against Fabiano.
Actually, if they both make a draw today in the classical game, the Armageddon game doesn't make any difference, right, for Fabian Hikaru. Maybe for their opponents' standings, but for Fabian Hikaru?
No, it doesn't. No, because let me think. So the gap would either be 2.5 or 1.5, or 2. So no, I don't think it would make a difference.
Yeah.
Hikaru would have to win either way.
So let's see, what did Norway play? Queen e2.
Yeah, play queen e2. Okay, maybe now rook e8. Rook e8. Because also the thing is, if you're just gonna go king g8, king g7, that's how you end up losing these types of positions. If you stop playing chess, so to speak, and just shuffle back and forth, then your opponent might find a way to improve. So I'm a little bit surprised that he doesn't try to make improving moves himself.
Yeah, rook e8 is still there. How does Norway want to improve his position?
Well, now there might be ideas with like a potential, like after rook b3 takes, there is queen e5 check, which I don't think is too concerning. Hikaru gets back at the board. He's still up almost 10 minutes. They're pretty close to getting the 10-second increment. Noterbeck only 5 moves away. Hikaru 6. So let's see. Let's check in real quick with some of the other games. The game between Fabiano and Wesley has ended in a draw. So I think with that in mind, well, does Hikaru realize that if he wins this game, it does make a difference for the standings? Well, is he reaching for the king again? I mean, but like, all right, well, anyway, we are going to be taking a very short break, but do not go anywhere. When we come back, we will have a look at the Armageddon game between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. It could be important for the tournament settings. It's going to be an exciting matchup for sure. So we will see you guys at the other end of this break. And welcome back, everyone, to round 8 of Norway Chess 2023. A couple more moves have been played while we were on a very short break. So we left off after queen to e2 by Norway. Hikaru played king to g8, white played queen b5, queen e7 was played. Now rook b3, rook c7 to defend the pawn, and Norway played queen to e2. So it seems like they're just shuffling back and forth. I guess the position should be roughly equal. But again, it feels like Hikaru, he's just like Norway is trying to do something, whereas Hikaru is just trying to sit.
Yeah, I was wondering, what if Hikaru tries to come in by playing queen g5 with the idea of giving a check on c1? What do you do there?
So you want to go queen g5, indeed it would threaten this. Maybe you just defend the pawn or like stop that check with queen of e2. Now this could be a threat.
If I just come back again.
That's very much possible. I think, again, like Hikaru's one chance to win would be to, keep the game going, maybe hope that Norway does something crazy at some point, and then he could get chances. But I think he should get this idea out of his mind, like, oh, I'm just going to go king g7, king g7, sorry, king g8, king g7, and wait for the game to end in a draw. But we'll see. So he's reaching for a piece. Let's see which one. I mean, queen e6 also very much possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, it's difficult to see how Abdusattorov wants to make progress here. Hikaru, it is clear now that he's happy to make a draw. I think we never got to the bottom of the draw for, I think the more I see what's unfolding, I think there was a draw for, and you're certain of it, so who am I to doubt you anyway? So with that in mind, with Hikaru being happy with a draw, it's very hard to see how white wants to make progress.
Well, he goes queen e7, but now white can go queen e5, which is a little bit annoying because you maybe can go queen a4. I don't know exactly how that is going to play out, but you keep an eye on the rook. You can keep sitting with rook c8, but it's all kind of passive. And Benzo makes a comment in the chat. Maybe he's thinking about the rating too. Well, if he wins this game, he gains more rating points. So let's see what Norway is going to do. Queen e7 looks a little bit passive. Again, I think queen e5 makes a lot of sense for Norway. So let's see if he is going to go for Hikaru's idea is to go here, take the rook, and this pawn over here. So let's actually have a look. Is this a possibility? No, it's not, because white gives a check and has a6, and black is lost.
That's nice, actually. Okay, so queen a4 not an option if queen a5 is played. Yeah, you're right. It does get passive, but what if we wait passively, as you suggested, with rook c8?
Yeah, so let's say we just go rook c8. Let's say king h2. So let's say we sit. I mean, maybe, well, here there's queen b8. And that is the thing. Like here, I guess you can sit with rook c7, but white can also bring this bishop around this way. We can keep sitting, but most people, they don't like that. They don't like to just sit and wait. But maybe Hikaru really doesn't mind. But queen b2 has already been played. Now, I guess if Hikaru wants to make a draw, maybe he just goes queen a4, rook a3, and back or something. I don't know. Let's see what he's gonna do.
Well, also if he goes queen d7, isn't that the position we just had? Or am I?
No, the queen came from b5.
It came from b5. Okay, yeah.
But it could be like let's see. So no, it's a little bit different. The players have shuffled
you're right.
back and forth.
By the way, if you're just joining us now, the tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana, he has drawn his game against Wesley, and their Armageddon game will begin shortly. During the break, I saw, let me give you a little trivia, Benjamin, and to the chat. When was the last time Magnus did not win a game in a classical round robin event?
Good question. In a classical round robin, Can't think of one right away. It's got to be a long, long time ago. I remember, like, I remember he once played in Vaikanze like 2009, and I don't know if he drew all of his games, but he drew a lot of them. But that's so long ago. It feels like there has to be another tournament where he didn't win a single game. But it's just so hard to imagine. Like, usually he at least wins one.
In fact, it's even longer ago than 2009.
Yeah, so I guess he maybe did end up winning some games there.
The correct answer was in the chat. I only saw one correct answer, like completely correct, actually.
So it's longer ago than 2009? Well, it could maybe be like Vaikanze 2006 or 7?
2007. I think Vaikanze 2007, he didn't win a game, but the correct answer is actually Dortmund 2007, which was just a bit after. But that was only 7 rounds. But yeah, in 2007 in Tata Steel, and the most recent one was Dortmund 2007. So it's been 16 years since Magnus didn't win a game in a classical round-robin event.
Oh, that's pretty surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. Hikaru is currently thinking both players are at 27 minutes. I do hope that he will find a way to somehow keep the game going.
Bo the Banana says that's longer than I have been alive. Yeah, it's been a long time. Okay, shall we quickly, let's see, first of all, did the Armageddon start or not?
No, it's gonna start. It should start in 2 minutes, but let's pull it up to make sure. Yeah, let's just assume that it's gonna start in 2 minutes. I'm pretty sure. We'll still have to wait a little bit.
My prediction looking for all draws?
Well, I do think that there's a good chance we'll see a decisive game here. Gukesh has these two extremely strong passers. Knight f6 has just been played by Tari, taking this pawn. Bishop f3 looks very logical. If you go d6 right away, you hang this pawn. So I think we just go bishop f3, attack the queen moves back, and then d6. And it's not clear at all how you're stopping these pawns. You can go e4, but the bishop moves back. Tari might have some knight jumps, like knight d5, attacks this. Also, there's knight c3. But I don't think it's really gonna work out. And yeah, Benzio makes a good point in the chat. Do you think it's fair that a classical tournament is decided with rapid games? Yeah, that's always been a critique, but I guess at some point you have to do something for the tournament to decide. Of course, you could say like, well, if it ends in a draw, maybe Fabiano and Hikaru have to play a 2-game classical match, but that seems a little bit much.
I agree, especially the likelihood is so high that they would be true draws anyway. I think you can make the point for like a world championship, but for a round robin, I think it makes perfect sense that at some point you just have to shorten the time control.
And we are off in the Armageddon between Fabiano and Wesley. So Wesley refrained from playing the Nims Indian defense. Here he played the queen scam declined. Take, all of this is pretty standard. Queen c2 is aimed specifically against bishop f5 for black. h6. And so they have all of these moves. At least, Fabiano has all of the pieces on the board. Wesley, very solid, though. So let's see. And 94 is actually a pretty typical idea by Wesley to trade off some pieces and activate his knight.
So are you surprised or not that Wesley switched up the openings between the two games?
Slightly, but I guess he felt like he was under some pressure out of the opening. And the thing is, with the Queen's Gambit decline, sometimes you can get a little bit worse, but black is always extremely solid. Like, there's not much to know. you get this position, you get c6, h6, bishop here, knight b7, you castle. You cannot get tricked into any sort of variation. And in the Nimzo, there are quite some options for white, which is why you need the course. But rook a1 has been played by Fabiano, and now Wesley is in the tank.
So Wesley in the tank. Fabiano has been playing very quickly the opening stages. What do you make of the outcome of the opening?
Yeah, he's playing very quickly. I mean, I guess he wants to go for something like f3, but to be honest, I think Wesley is doing quite all right. I mean, we'll get some trades in like here. You get the bishop, but after knight b5, or maybe you can even take here because the knight jumps back to b4 in the next move. I kind of like Wesley's position. He's extremely solid here. And yeah, I don't think black is particularly worse, and we're going down that line.
So, okay. A bunch of trades. What's Fabi's idea? Is it to break in the center with e4 in the long term, if you can?
I guess so, or maybe c4, but it's all not that easy. I kind of like Wesley's position. He's pretty solid. Queen e6, nice move. I think if you can go rook e7, rook e8, putting some pressure over here, it's going to be really difficult to ever get in the move e4. So this is really almost a dream scenario for Wesley. Of course, the actual dream is to get a winning position out of the opening with black, but here, he's already traded off a lot of pieces. He seems to be fine. He's extremely solid. I don't think you can ask for much more in an Armageddon.
Yeah, I think Wesley will be very happy here, and still plenty of time on the clock, 5.5 minutes, and also some easy to make moves like rook e7, rook e8. And Fabi now breaks with c4.
So let's see what Wesley is going to do. He could take here, Fabiano recaptures, maybe 95. Wesley just keeps it solid with the move b6. His c5 could be considered, and if takes, you have a backwards pawn on c6. You can also, of course, move the queen, but I don't know about c6. Sorry, b6. The pawn on c6 can turn into a bit of a weakness. What I do like about Fabiano's play is that he is playing quickly, and he's keeping that time advantage on the clock. That being said, 5 minutes is still a lot of time for Wesley. It will take a while for that to really take down.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, Wesley doesn't want to end up with that backward pawn, goes queen c7. And Fabi quickly whips out a4. Is he going to go a5 here?
Yeah, a5 is certainly possible. I think he just wants to keep the pawn here for now to discourage Wesley from playing a b5. I think Wesley wants to go knight d7 to put pressure on this pawn over here and maybe initiate some trades. And queen c3 has been played. So what is happening in, of course, we'll stay focused on this game, but in Hikaru's game, it seems like they are going back and forth, or maybe Norway just wanted to make the time control, and now he's thinking again. Wow, g5.
G5, that's a move I wasn't expecting. Are you not concerned about some light square weaknesses?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's any danger right now, but why? Like, do you want to go g4? But I mean, then there's always knight f4. So really surprised with that one. I think Wesley should have just kept playing solidly, but hey, he is now always weakening that side of the board. And it's up to Fabiano. Fabiano goes knight b4, increasing the pressure on c6, and there's no easy way for black to deal with this, I don't think.
I'm very, very surprised by Wesley's decision, and it was taken quite quickly to go g5. I'm curious to see what his follow-up will be here. Because suddenly the position becomes more tricky. I mean, you don't have any easy moves any longer, at least.
No, for sure. And he goes rook c8, which to me looks a little bit passive. I mean, you really wanted to keep that rook on the e-file. Also, he's down 3 minutes again. In the meantime, Norway played queen a3, offering the queen trade to Hikaru. And Wesley moves his queen back to e7, keeping an eye on the pawn c5, also on the pawn e3. The advantage of the move g5 is that you can potentially break with the move g4. White doesn't want to play f4 because it grants black the f4 square. And after a potential g4, you can consider, let's say, king h7 or king h8 and rook to g8, but not easy because white is chipping away on this side of the board. And now knight takes b6, nice move by Wesley, because if you take with the pawn, there's knight takes d5, and now the knight is headed to c4, so I kind of like this for Wesley.
Yeah, the knight coming into c4 is definitely annoying for white, because first of all, it builds up that pressure on the e3 pawn, but also, oh, here comes the central break, e4, but why isn't this just a pawn sacrifice? What's going on?
Maybe
what is
d5?
going on, Mr. Bock?
Oh, a5, wow, where does the knight go? Wait, this is a nice break by Fabiano. If you go knight d7, maybe now, something like d5 looks really strong for white. I mean, the rook is under attack, you cannot take. And Wesley goes e3, a little in-between move. Okay, maybe queen e1. Where does the queen go? And you still have that idea of d5. It feels like Wesley perhaps took a little bit too quickly on e4. He should have played maybe something like a5, kicking the knight away. But he seems to be in trouble right now.
Yeah, he probably just missed this, well, in-between move, as you mentioned, a5, yeah? Because where does this just looks awful now. Because also if the knight goes back,
if the knight goes
then what,
back,
can we just go, yeah, d5 and... Looks like Fabi a big favorite to take that extra half point. I don't know if it changes anything for Hikaru.
It doesn't change
really,
much.
Right?
If Hikaru's game ends in a draw, which is the most likely result, he will still need a win tomorrow. In the meantime, Wesley's played queen d7, giving up a full piece, but I don't believe in it at all. Like, you can go knight c2 back or d5. I think Fabiano's just going to win this one. But yeah, let's say Fabiano wins this Armageddon. He will move to 16 points. And let's say Hikaru draws his game. He will either move to 13.5 or 14. And it's both irrelevant. In both cases, he will need a win tomorrow. Again, they're just shuffling back and forth. But a win for Hikaru would be big. Again, like Fabiano, he's probably gonna move to 16 points. If Hikaru wins, he moves to 15.5. And then he can also draw the classical game and win the Armageddon. And I wonder, do you think he realizes that a win, or there is a difference here between a win and a draw? Or he thinks it's going to be a draw anyway?
I think now, at least, like, I don't think it would make sense for, let's say Hikaru hadn't offered a draw yet. I think it would make no sense to do it now. I mean, just wait to see what happens in the Armageddon, do some quick maths, and then take it from there, right?
It's really weird. Like, both players sort of believe or pretend or whatever that Norbek is better, but he's not better at all. Like, if anything, Hikaru might be a little bit better.
Yeah.
But yeah, b5 has been played. Fabiano should win this game. He can pick up the pawn, but it's not 100% over. If you take black can pin you with a move like queen c5, and that is what Wesley does. And he's going to push this pawn down the board. But king of pawn looking pretty strong. And after b4, it's not over yet.
It's not over, but Fabi has 4.5 minutes to figure it out.
Okay, knight d1 though. I mean, wait, take b3. Not easy. It feels kind of over, especially because of the time situation. But it is a piece, and black is not getting it back anytime soon. But it's not easy for white to convert the advantage.
Oh, for sure. But okay, so what happened? Knight d1, queen b5.
b5, pinning the rook, also putting the queen behind the passed pawn.
Yeah, Wesley defending tenaciously after missing this a5 move.
Exactly. The game is still going on. Fabiano, I mean, he is winning, but he actually still has to finish it off. And so let's see how he's going to do so. Yeah. Meantime, we're waiting for moves in Hikaru's game. b3 has been played. King e1. I guess now you cannot escape the trade. You have to take. Wait, take. Wait, there was a mistake.
Why?
Let me figure out why. So take. Check king. Maybe something like this. I'm surprised by Wesley's queen b6.
Threatening a cheeky checkmate.
Yeah. But after takes, I think you just have to recapture. After this, you win a pawn, but you trade off the rooks, and that should be lost.
But as you say, not so easy, and nerves can also easily kick in at some point for Fabi. Because I think when you win the piece, you think it's just going to be an easy conversion. And suddenly you realize, okay, there's a pawn 2 squares from queening. Things could get tricky if you're not careful.
Yeah, in the meantime, Norbert goes rook to b5. Hikaru, he just keeps sitting. Again, I mean, it's really hard to say that he is better, but he's also now a little bit down on the clock. Anyway, if Fabiano takes, I guess Wesley has to recapture, because this looks lost to me. Check here. There's also knight f2, and you start giving a lot of checks. Well, let's see what he's going to do. This line, by the way, it's not insane, and Wesley goes for it.
Okay.
And so we're going down this line. Wesley currently has 2 pawns for the knight. White's king is a little bit open, but this pawn on b3, it's going to be really difficult to hang on to that one. White can probably pick it up with a couple of checks. For the moment, I mean, the queen is attacking this pawn, but it can also be a little bit out of the game. And Fabiano is down to his last 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say that one of Black's problems is it takes a while to get the queen back into the game. For now, of course, Wesley just wants to take the pawn on h2. So I think that's why the engine is... I like this engine suggestion of just playing h3 and saying, I'm not going to give you anything.
Yeah, it's really not over. I mean, Fabiano also dropping below 2 minutes, h3. I think we just go queen h2, keeping the pin, but also wanting to bring the queen back into the game with queen to e5. And okay, he goes queen g3. Same idea, but you're giving up the pin on the knight. So now, for example, you cannot go to f6 because there will be a check over. Yeah, but isn't this just lost now? Because like after check here, you cannot go king f6. That loses the game right away. I think he really had to keep that pin, and now you just lose the pawn on e6. Takes. Nah, you're down a full piece, and you have to go queen b8, but take here. It feels too much.
Very surprising that he went queen g3, actually, rather than queen h2.
Fabiano takes the pawn, queen b8, check. Okay, king g8 only move. Have to go here. Check. King f8. Take. And you run, I assume, or king f7. But it feels like way too much with... It's just one pawn, and it's not really going anywhere. Queen h7.
And we bring the knight... Okay, it makes sense to keep checking for now.
Fabiano's going to win it. It just feels like in a blitz game, you are going to blunder a fork or something at some point. I mean, even if Wesley was doing okay here, and he's not.
It feels like maybe soon we can somehow bring the knight in and try to create a mating net or force.
And Wesley also down to 30 seconds. Chef's House is asking, what did Hikaru do? His game is still going on. His game is the on the board in the middle of us. Also, the camera is showing his game against Norbert, queen f7 check. I feel like this one is going to be over pretty soon. Like at some point, your king is going to get forced to a square which allows the knight in with check. I mean, there's no way.
Yeah, queen e6, then the king has to... Okay, he gives a check on c4.
And if you go here, you pick up this pawn with check. It's, you know, I mean, you have to keep fighting. It's the only move. It's the only move. And there Wesley goes. Take king f7 maybe. Yeah, and just make sure that you do not allow the knight in with check. But okay, he goes king up. King c5, knight d3. No, it's over. It's over. Wherever the king goes, you get skewered. Oh,
nice technique by Fabi.
Yep, nice win by Fabiano for sure. And this win is important for the standings. if Hikaru draws his game, it really doesn't matter. He just has to win his classical game tomorrow. But if Hikaru wins, so Caruana moves to 16 points. If Hikaru wins his game, then he draws the classical and wins the Armageddon, he would be tied. He would be tied with Fabiano. So that is the big difference. So let's go back to Hikaru's game. The players are shuffling. Like, really not much is happening. He goes for the move b6. With b6, he's killing the game, but he's also killing all of his chances to ever win. And yeah, this one, it's just going to be a draw. But you never know. If Noterbeck starts over pushing, who knows? Maybe he will go for something like a6.
And what happens there if a6? Is that over pressing, or could it be dangerous?
I mean, I think it's fine. But he's really pushing his luck, so to speak. Like, it's fine, but this pawn could, of course, turn into a weakness. It's a little bit double-edged. If Noterbeck wanted to make a draw, he would, of course, just take here. But with a6, he's saying, like, hey, I want to fight for the win. Now, I don't see a way for Hikaru to really fight for the win, but, you know, this pawn is there. And at some point, Hikaru should just be like, hey, you know, if you don't want to take a draw, then, you know, maybe you want to lose or something.
But now it gets difficult. I mean, I'm not sure as black, how do you try? Because that pawn on a6 is so well defended by the bishop. I don't see any entry squares.
Well, let's say he goes for this. King g7. Like, yeah, maybe he just does this again. You know, it's not insane for Hikaru to just sit here and hope that Noterbeck will do something crazy and overpress. That could happen. King g7 has been played, but the one thing I do dislike is that he is down 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's crazy how the time situation actually turned around in this game. But now, as you say, I think the only chance is that Noterbeck does something crazy. What could that crazy thing be?
Let's see. So it'll be some continuation in which he goes for the a pawn, but it gives up too many pawns in the process. Right? So I don't know. Like, let's say bishop f3. You know, here queen c4. Queen c4 might be a move. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, king f1 has been played. Okay. Hikaru could go h4 and queen h2 if he wants to, but it doesn't change much because Noterbeck could just play, let's say, bishop f3. And it doesn't make a big difference in the position.
But wait, actually in that line, can we just go back 1 second? Because now can't we go for the a-pawn here?
This gets a little bit tricky. I wonder if Hikaru is going to go for it. So then here, but why can, let's say, go here, take queen e7. I don't know. So here,
yeah, it feels like Hikaru, seeing how he's played this game, will not go for h4.
I don't think so. So let's say he goes bishop c8, Noterbeck goes here, we wait here. You know, if this king comes to the middle, maybe some ideas like this, like queen d8, check, pawn here. Again, it's still possible that this game gets out of hand, especially because it seems like Noterbeck really wants to win for whatever reason. I think Noterbeck did get a win at the beginning of the tournament against Ariantari, but I don't remember him winning any games after that. So maybe, yeah, again, maybe he will overpress. So let's, we have to send him energy. We have to send him energy and just hope that, you know, Noterbeck does something crazy and that he will get chances.
Yeah, I mean, especially if the time, you know, if both players get short on time, then I think Hikaru's chances go up. Because also, Noterbeck has the pressure that he, you know, he knows that Hikaru was happy to make a draw at many moments during the game, and he was the one pressing, and you might feel like, okay, I've been playing this whole time, I have to show something now, or something like that, you know? So what we want is we want to see Hikaru pick up the pace a little bit.
Okay, king of 6.
King of 6.
I think with this move, Hikaru wants to go for queen e7. There's no queen f8 because you just take here, even though white is still fine here after king to g1. So let's see. I mean, I would be surprised if Norbert goes here, but it's not completely crazy. If Norbert goes here, I think Hikaru just wants to go queen e7. And if white goes here, is there queen a3 maybe? I don't know. Like I feel like Hikaru is still in drawing mode. Also, the one thing that is a little bit concerning again is the fact that now he is down 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to see. As much as I would love to see Hikaru win this one.
Yeah,
I think we need
some win. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I was just going to say we need some help from Norbert. But yeah, go ahead.
I thought you were going to say we need some help from chat.
Oh, well, that as well.
Wait. So yeah, no, I was wondering if white can go for queen f8, but not here because we take on c3 and to expose. Yeah, I'm not sure what the king is doing. If I was white, I would like to go back to g1. Almost.
Yeah. No. But I think Norbert is going to go for king to e1. The thing is, though, sometimes players, they just make this decision in their mind. They're like, win or lose, this game is not going to end in a draw. I'm just going to fight it out till the end. But this game is not going to end in a draw. And maybe Norbert is in that mindset right now, which could be to Hikaru's favor. He could turn the game around when both players get low on time and Norbert overpresses. Again, the thing, though, is that Hikaru is down quite a bit on time. If the time evens up, I'm starting to feel a little bit better, but for now, Norbert has the edge. And he goes king to g1. I think Hikaru is going to
go. I would like to have the king back on g1.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is going to go queen e7 to offer the trade of queens. That was his idea behind king of 6. But you could, of course, also just move the king back. But come on, keep up the pace. Just got to go. Queen e7 played. Queen b2, I suspect. You can go queen b5. I don't know. Although, I don't know if queen a3 is an issue. Probably not. But I think Norbert is going to go back here. So you can also still switch his queen over to the king side. And there he goes. I think Hikaru is going to go king g7. Makes a lot of sense. Bishop g4 is a move, by the way. Let's have a look. Bishop g4, let's say. Anyway, he has already played queen c7.
At least he's picking up the pace.
That's right, yeah. Time advantage is slowly dwindling away. Now only 5.5 minutes. Let's see what Norbek's going to come up with here. Queen b4. Will we finally see a repetition?
Is it time?
Again, a win would be great here, but a draw still keeps him in contention, and he will get that. Okay, they are moving back and forth. Now's the moment of truth. Is Norbert going to take it? Queen b4, I believe. Is that a threefold? Let's see. No, I don't think so. No, yes, it is. 1, 2, 3. So if Norbert wants, he can make a draw here.
What do you think he will do?
I doubt it because he's been declining it. Oh, wait, there we go. Queen b4. And I guess since Hikaru has been, shuffling back and forth, he's offered a draw earlier. I think he will just take it here.
And we see Norbert with a smile. We see Hikaru lean back. It would be hilarious if Hikaru now played on.
Yeah, and Norbert is laughing because Hikaru is thinking.
I think Hikaru is doing the math that you have been doing.
Yeah, like he's doing all the math. Like this can turn into a meme. Like, yeah, if I win the game, then I move up to 15.5. Fabiano has 16. So then, hey, I would only need a draw and a win in classical. Will I go for it? But then it's like, well, if I lose, then I lose the tournament right there. Right? Yeah.
Still calculating.
What is he gonna do? Queen b4. I saw Noterbeck say something, so I think it was accompanied with a draw offer. So 2 points and 3, and then 2 again.
And there we see the handshake.
All right. Yeah, and a draw has been agreed. All right, not a bad result. Maybe there were some very, very slight chances, but it never felt like anything too serious. And so we are going to move on to an Armageddon. Honestly, this Armageddon does not... No, I shouldn't say this. This Armageddon is super important for the standings of the tournament. You definitely do not want to miss this one, because Hikaru could gain half a point, which is super, super important. It might affect his chances for first place. So we're going to send him in.
It might actually affect his chances to not lose out on second place, right? Or is that not true?
Well, we
not
don't
that
care
he cares about that. But...
yeah. Anyway, so let's have a look at what is happening.
Benjamin, what was the trick you told me to make kick work on Chrome?
Oh, I think it was Control-Shift-R.
Control-Shift-R.
Okay, let me know if it works. In the meantime, this game between Anish and Alireza is heating up. They're heading for a time scramble. So apparently some mistakes were made. Rook d2, Queen b7, g5. Anish having 13 minutes on the clock, or just below 14. Alireza just below 11. And Alireza needs to make another 10 move. Anish needs to make another 11. And they will only get a 10-second increment. So this game can really go either way. So let's see what is going to happen. Go either way. So let's...
I'm sorry. I'm trying to log into my new Fionketta account, but I'm failing. I'm failing badly. I'm also I'm scared about trying what chat is telling me, because I don't want to accidentally,
Maybe you can try a different browser.
Yeah, but somehow it won't let me log in anymore at all. But is what chat is saying, can I trust them? Alt F5, or is that bad?
But isn't Control F5 refresh? I hope that, like, I don't want to try it out myself. It might shut down everything. I don't know. Well, Alt F4, I mean, yeah.
What is Alt F4 again? Shut down?
You don't shut down a computer, but you close whatever program you're using. So one person was like, oh, I have this problem in OBS. Like, how do I fix it? And someone was like, Alt F4. And so he did that, and the stream shut down. So yeah, it was pretty funny. All right, so let's see what's gonna... Don't Alt F5! Do not do that! Okay. Anyway, so let's see what is gonna happen. I don't know when the Armageddon is gonna start between Noterbeck and Hikaru. I guess 5 minutes before the top of the hour. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah. And then we also have the game between Gukesh and Aryan. I think Aryan is gonna go down again. We left off here. Bishop f3 was played. Queen f5, d6, e4, bishop e2, knight d5, rook c1, knight b4, push, queen a4, push, sack. What the? Sack the queen? Holy smokes. But Gukesh is crushing. The c-pawn is still on the board, and Aryan is not getting rid of it at any time soon. And he still has to make another 10 moves in 4.5 minutes.
What a game by Gukesh, and what a tough tournament it has been for Aryan.
So I'm kind of curious all of a sudden. Gukesh is probably going to win this game. He will move to 13 points, which will probably put him just behind Hikaru. So you had a good point that for Hikaru, the Armageddon, it does matter for the fight for second place.
Yeah.
anyway. So let's...
That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think Hikaru cares, whether he comes second or third, but might be some difference. What's happening in Anish this game?
Yep, let's have a look. And yeah, we're not sure yet, but we're thinking probably it's going to be 5 minutes before the top of the hour. We'll just have to wait. A trade has happened on G5, and Anish is back in the tank. They're both around 10 minutes and like 35, 45 seconds. He takes the pawn on D4. So let's see what Ali Reza is going to do. Maybe like take and check in here, take the bishop and this pawn over here. Take the bishop right away, black takes here, I think, or maybe a check. Very sharp stuff, but I think Anish should be fine.
Would you still take black here? So messy.
It is indeed extremely messy. I guess so. Although, like I said, it's a complete mess. But Anish is on +1. So if he wins this game, let's see, Anish is on 10 points. If Anish wins this game, he would also move to 13, which puts him out of contention. But he can maybe fight for second or third place or something.
I'm very curious to see how this one, I think, especially with the players now, Ali Reza just under 10 minutes, Anish soon to be under 10, considering they will only get 10 seconds per move. Unless all the pieces get hoovered off or we see some perpetual, really anything can happen here.
Right, we're reading in the chat, Hikaru's goals for classical tournaments are things like don't lose rating and don't embarrass yourself. I mean, I think from that standpoint, he can certainly be satisfied about this tournament. He's gaining 7.4 points. He's moving up the rating list a little bit. It's pretty close between Fabiano, Ali Reza, and Hikaru for the fight for second place. Then Ding is not too far, but in terms of the candidate spot, it's gonna be between, let's say, Fabiano, Ali Reza, Hikaru, and Anish. Maybe Wesley, but Ding and Nepo are also around that rating. But Nepo has, of course, already qualified, and Ding is in the World Championship. But it's really gonna be between those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players.
Yeah. When is the next candidates tournament already next year?
Yes, it's going to be in April 2024.
Okay, coming up reasonably soon. And how is the rating spot determined? An average rating over...
No, they just take the highest rated player on January 1st, 2024. And you do have to have played 4 FIDE circuit tournaments.
Okay.
Hikaru has played none. This will be his first tournament. It was kind of unfortunate for him that the American Cup, a tournament he won, did not count because it doesn't count if you only play people from the same federation. But he's going to play, he will most likely play in the Grand Swiss. He's not going to play the World Cup, unfortunately. So he would have to play 2 other events. Like the World Rapid and Blitz will count. I don't know. I read somewhere that it might count double. And yeah, it's also a player who has not already qualified. So like, let's say Fabiano is higher rated, but Fabiano might have already qualified, let's say through the World Cup or the Grand Swiss, then the spot moves on, or maybe even through the FIDE circuit.
How many spots are there in the FIDE circuit? Just one?
Just one. Yeah.
Okay.
So 3 through the World Cup, 2 through the Grand Swiss, 1 on the FIDE circuit, and 1 on rating.
3 through the World Cup.
Yep.
That's a lot of spots.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, like if you make it into the semis, you have a really good chance because someone might already be in or something. But yeah, he cannot make it, unfortunately. But hey, if Hikaru doesn't want to play, he can pass on his spot to me. It's an idea. You guys can tell him about that.
I think it's a good idea. And then Hikaru and I do commentary on your channel.
Exactly. Exactly. Or, just on here. That's fine as well.
Meanwhile, what happened here? Rook d7.
Attacking the bishop, attacking this pawn over here. getting really out of hand. Anish down to 8 minutes. He still has to make another 7 moves. There are even ideas like king g2 and bishop d3. I don't think you want to take right away. There's like king g6, or rook f8. This one can really go either way. One can really go either way. I mean, I have no idea what is going on. Fine. If
Rook b7 looks like a safe move, no? Well,
yes.
What is safe in this position?
Oh, by the way, there is an Hikaru interview on the Chess.com stream, so I don't know if we can pull it up. Let's see if we can. But yeah, so rook b7, we can take in bishop d3. That is the idea. Attack the knight, and if the knight moves, we have some sort of discovery.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? Do you think it will end in a draw, or something's gonna happen?
I think they will find a way to have this game end in a draw, although they are gearing up for a rapid game. Anish getting pretty low on the time. I think in terms of the position, he shouldn't lose, but with no time on the clock, really anything can happen. So I'm gonna go with I'm gonna make a bold prediction. I'm gonna say that it's gonna be a draw.
I'm not even sure, I'm not even sure if I wanted to disagree. Would I go white or black? I guess I'd have to go black. Oh.
Yeah, people are saying that in the interview, Hikaru said that he cared a lot about today's game. Okay, so let's see what... okay, Anish getting down to 6 minutes. I mean, should still be plenty of time, but it's getting a little bit tricky. No, Hikaru made a draw, John.
Yeah, his Armageddon game will start 8 minutes from now. Of course, we'll go there as soon as it starts. This one, yeah, is getting really, really spicy, because to play this position later on a 10-second increment is gonna be a challenge.
Yeah, for sure. Let's check in real quick if the game between Gukesh or how the game between Gukesh and Arjan is progressing. Gukesh has won his game. Oh, a nice move, bishop c5. If you take this check and you win the rook, and you're going to get a new queen. So nice win for Gukesh. Gukesh moves up to 13 points. He's currently in 3rd place, but I don't think there's a way that Gukesh can win the tournament. Fabiano is 3 points ahead of him, and if Fabiano loses, that means that Hikaru wins, and then Gukesh cannot catch Hikaru. But Gukesh could still finish in 2nd or 3rd place. Tomorrow he's playing, tomorrow he's playing with the black piece against Wesley, so no, he's not going to win. That just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time Wesley lost as white in a classical game? It's probably been a while.
I remember. It was a cold winter in 1999 when Wesley mouse slipped and blundered piece. That's the last time he lost. I mean, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah. And he's still thinking.
Yep, getting down to 4.5 minutes. I wonder if here's the thing. If Anish realizes that he just has to make a draw here, he might just play something like rook to b7, trade of the rooks, and I don't think he can realistically lose there, but he might also play something like bishop b8. But that is the thing. If he's getting low on time, he might just be like, well, let's just bail out, play rook b7, and make sure I don't lose. I think that is quite likely to happen. So let's say rook b7, take, bishop d3, attack the knight. He's going to do something like this. Wait, he went rook a6. Okay, king g2, and pin yourself, and you attack this, you attack this. Now it's game on with Anish having less than 4 minutes on the clock.
So king g2, and if you take on a3, am I self-mating somehow?
Sorry, after king g2, sorry, rook a3. Maybe we just take.
Yeah.
King g6, maybe just rook f8. So let's see what is gonna happen. Alireza having 8 minutes, and yeah, for those of you who are wondering, Fabiano drew his game in the Classical, but he won the Armageddon. Hikaru drew his game in Classical as well and is moving on to an Armageddon. But tomorrow he will have to beat Fabiano with the white pieces to win the tournament.
That's going to be huge. It's going to be tough as well. I mean, Fabi is so strong. He is so solid. Mm-hmm. But it is possible. What did Fabi lost to Mamedyarov as black, yeah? What happened?
No, as white. As white.
As white.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's really tough if Fabiano decides to be solid. I think he won the Super Bad Classic by not losing a single game. If I'm not mistaken, he scored like 5.5 out of 9 with no losses, or maybe it was 6. I don't quite remember. And in this tournament, yes, he had that one loss against Shaq, but actually in that game he also had chances to win. Like if he had won that game, the tournament would have been almost been over. But yeah, this game between Anish and Alireza is really heating up. I mean, only 4 minutes for Anish to get the 10-second increment after 6 more moves, and hey, it's only 10 seconds. So I don't know. What is your prediction, Fiona? Do you think a draw here, win for Alireza, win for Anish?
I think the more I look at it, if anyone's gonna win, it's probably gonna be Anish, right?
You're very much. I mean, I don't know. It can really go either way, I think, because I mean, Anish is so low on time, and the position is quite tricky, and Alireza is really tricky. You know, he can cook up tactics out of nowhere. So I'm curious to see how he's going to do it. But in terms of the position, I feel like there should always be a way for Anish to give back some of the material, and the game will peter out. Like he's up in exchange, has a lot of pawns, but again, low on time, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at this position, and I only see the top 2 engine lines, but I see that if you don't go King G2, the position is just lost already. And the fact that Alireza hasn't moved yet, even that concerns me, like literally right here.
Yeah, that is quite surprising, because King G2 does look quite logical. You attack the rook over here because you unpin yourself. You also bring in the idea of bishop d3, attacking the rook and the knight over here. You could consider the take here, but black goes King G6, attacking the rook and the knight, and you'll have to go rook f8, which looks pretty clumsy. Like now it doesn't really feel like white has any threats. So I'm kind of surprised that he is indeed burning like 3 or 4 minutes off of his clock.
Yeah, because now I mean, this is a literal blitz game right now. We're going to have to leave it in a couple of minutes because Hikaru's Armageddon game is about to start. But Alireza has got to move.
Yeah, he's got to move.
To go. Oh, they are at the board, so maybe we can pull up the Armageddon game between Abdusattorov and Hikaru.
Yeah.
When they're both at the board, do they just start, or they wait? They wait, probably.
I think they still wait. But okay, wait, yeah, and they are off e4, e5 has been played, knight of 3, knight c6, should be 5, and we have another Berlin. All right, so they're going down the same line. Do you think Norway is going to play this? I guess he will, because he felt like Hikaru didn't equalize, and maybe he even had a second who told him like, hey, after knight c4, you should play this and this and that. And Hikaru is actually the first one to deviate with knight f5.
I think it makes sense. Because I think what Norway got in the game was actually quite pleasant. Okay, so what do you make of this new position we have on the board?
Yeah, so it's an interesting one. Hikaru is keeping a pair of knights on the board, the knight and f5. I feel like generally white is a little bit better here because black's knights are kind of doing the same job, but black is extremely solid here, and I think Hikaru will play for something like c6, maybe queen c7. Often an idea is to go like g6, knight here, and then bring on the bishop. He goes a5. He's like, hey, I don't want you to gain any space on that side of the board. And Hikaru is already cutting into Noterbeck's time advantage just a little bit. So let's see how Noterbeck will continue here. I think knight f1, queen c2, and then maybe knight g3 or knight e3 all make a lot of sense.
Meanwhile, g6 just solidifying that knight on f5 and also just closing down the diagonal. How solid do you feel the setup is for black?
It's pretty solid, but it feels like white's a little bit more active. Knight g7, I like the move. He wants to go bishop f5, and that is why Noterbeck plays knight to g3, stopping black from trading of the knights or the bishops. And that is why Hikaru moves this knight forward. He wants to trade here, or maybe go knight h4 and get the bishop in as well. So Hikaru very methodically trading off a lot of pieces, and that's where he's really, really tough to beat.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for Noterbeck for sure. So he goes for this knight h4.
Nice white move.
Well, you have to do something. Either you take or you have to defend the knight. You can't allow black to capture on f3 and damage that pawn structure.
Yeah, so I think he just has to trade himself. Hikaru will recapture. Then the question is, how is he going to get his other piece? And maybe he will have to go rook b8 at some point, protecting this pawn, so then he can move out the bishop to f5. White cannot take because it will hang the pawn on h2. And I like the fact, again, look at the clock. Hikaru only down 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. So things are looking better and better, especially since he's getting some trades in.
Yeah, I'm really liking Hikaru's chances. Almost half of Noterbeck's time advantage that he had to begin with. Well, just as I say that, half of it is gone. And he hasn't made up his mind yet after knight h4. No, he does capture.
And that is what Hikaru is so good at. Like, he's so good at, like we said, cutting into that time advantage, making moves quickly, making solid moves, getting some trades in. And that is why he always says that he feels more comfortable playing with the black pieces. He feels like, hey, I only have to make a draw. Even if I get a slightly worse position, I'll just play solid chess, and my chances to draw are still pretty good. And again, he's only down 1 minute on the clock. And to be honest, I don't really see a good way for Noterbeck to do anything here. Like, knight f1, but that looks a little bit passive. We would love to play bishop f5, but that hangs this pawn over here. And rook b8 allows queen b6. So maybe that is why Hikaru goes queen d8. Maybe he wants to go queen c7, attack this, and go bishop f5, because now this pawn on b7 would be protected.
Yeah, queen d8. Slightly weird looking move, but makes a lot of sense. And look at the clock times. We're almost even, which is, of course, fantastic news for Hikaru. I don't think Noterbeck will be too happy with what he got here out of the opening, because he didn't really get much at all. Hikaru equalizing quite comfortably.
h3 has been played, so I expect Hikaru to play queen c7, going for bishop f5. But, you know, it's not... He goes knight e6, maybe with that either go knight f4, and Hikaru could get a little bit aggressive here. Knight f4, maybe knight g5, and, you know, it's not impossible to sack. But the thing is, though, in an Armageddon game, it's not that easy to go for some sort of attack, because there's no difference with, like, a draw also brings you a win, right? So it's somehow easier psychologically to just play solid.
Yeah, on the other hand, you could always go, let's say, knight g5, and then white has to also figure it out, and they will also spend some time. But I know what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense. Are we a bit worried about the white bishop on h6, or not at all? Can we always play bishop f8 if in the worst case?
I don't think we have to be too concerned about it. Bishop d7, tricky move by Hikaru. You cannot take this pawn because black goes here. And I mean, Hikaru will just repeat the moves and win the Armageddon. So knight h2 was played by Noterbeck. And now, I mean, if you go queen c7 to protect this pawn, there is knight g4. So perhaps he has misplayed it a little bit. And it's not that easy. Like, you still have to keep an eye on this pawn. Knight g4 is coming in. And the time advantage is widening up a little bit.
So after the trade on f8, what? I was just wondering, does the queen just get... No, if you take on b7, there's just rook b8 or what?
Yes, if white takes, we go rook b8. Sorry, just show real quick. We can just go for this repetition, rook b8 and rook a8. So h4 was played by Noterbeck. Queen c7, knight f3, king g7. Pretty similar to what we got in the classical game. Hikaru is sitting pretty solid. White a little bit better, though, because their knight's more active, their bishop is more active. got a little bit more space here, but really difficult to do anything substantial.
Yeah, still, it's almost like in the classical game. It's a little bit passive, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit passive. He goes bishop c8. He doesn't want Norbek to take his bishop with his knight, because now he might push him back with f6, but he can also go knight f8, f6. I don't know. It does. Oh, by the f6, there might be some sort of sacrifice. So I guess he might have to prepare it with knight f8.
By the way, I see in the chat, Alireza is really pressing now. He might be on the verge of being winning, which means, oh, but what's going on? c5 did not receive the seal of approval.
I don't like it. He's created a hole on b5. Also, the spot on d5 is weak now. How do you ever get this bishop in? I mean, at some point you'll have to go f6, but it looks really passive right now. And he is down on the clock almost a minute, so tough position for Hikaru right here. Queen e2, excellent move by Norbek defending this one. And white also has ideas of h5, h6, and going for a checkmating attack.
Yeah, maybe even some knight g4 and trying to get into h6 with the queen. Somehow the dark squares around the king look a little bit vulnerable right now.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we have to go h5 to stop h5 from white and knight g4, but I don't know.
Not an easy move to make.
Yeah, especially because white can take here and give you an isolated pawn on d5. So tough spot. And now he's down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. But hey, if anyone can find difficult moves in tough positions, it is Hikaru. So let's see if he will. Goes knight f8. Okay, h5. And there it is.
Yeah, I mean, the engine says it's really bad, but is it... What's the problem? That the king is just too vulnerable or what? Too open?
Yeah, there's that, but also, I mean, all of black's pieces are passive. I mean, maybe now queen g5 trying to slide in here. It just looks tough overall. I mean, these pawns over here are weak. You cannot get rid of the bishop. It's difficult to get rid of the knight. White is a dominant position, but hey, let's see how Hikaru will try to hang on. King g8 has been played. Maybe
so after queen g5, you have to go rook e6 to stop the queen from coming in, or?
Probably, I think so, yeah. We have to stop queen f6. Like, sitting with knight e6 is just asking for trouble. Queen f4 has been played. All right. I wonder if a move like queen e6 is even possible, or if it's going to run into a tactic. I don't see the tactic right away. But this is looking super tough. I mean, really feels like black is slowly but surely running out of moves.
After queen d6, can you go knight g6?
Well, but I take an e1 and then take on g6 with the queen.
Yeah, I forgot
that. But even there, you know, rook e8 at the end, and you're completely paralyzed on the back rank. That might not even be a bad line for white at all. There's got to be something for white there. Even something like knight g4. No, wait, knight f6 is not a move. Never mind, because the queen would take it. Okay, he's also getting low on the clock now, 2.5 minutes. But queen e6, it really feels like it's running into something nasty.
On the bright side, let's remind everyone in the chat, if you're just tuning in now, of course we want to see Hikaru take the extra half point, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really change anything with regards to tomorrow. Hikaru, if he wants to win the tournament, will have to beat Fabi in the classical game anyway.
Yeah, he goes f5. A pretty ugly move, but a move that might have been necessary. He shuts out white's queen, but now the knight on e5 is completely anchored in. Like, there's no way to get rid of this piece. There's no way to get rid of the bishop on b5. Norbek can now just double up. And how is Hikaru ever going to bring his pieces into the game? I mean, it looks really tough, and it feels like it's just a question of time until his position will crumble, but he's going to fight on, and it's really tough to knock him down, even when his position is bad. Knight takes c4? Wow. Oh,
it's the double exclam.
Look at this. If you take, white takes. If you take, and take here, white takes with a check. King h8, rook e8, and it's even going to be checkmate. Like, it's completely paralyzed.
Yeah, I mean, this pawn on h6 is just such a thorn.
No, I think, I mean, I don't see how he's going to save this. I mean, he's going to fight on, he trades queens. Maybe bishop b6, just keep the game going. Knight e6 has been played. Knight b6? No, this is, no, I think it's just all falling apart. And yeah, we see him shaking his head.
On the camera.
I think he's just a little bit, someone mentioned it in the chat, I think he's a little bit too mellow. Yeah, and Hikaru resigned the game. So not the result we wanted. Fortunately, he will still have a chance to win the tournament tomorrow if he wins his game. But he will have to win. He will have to win. It didn't feel like there were any real chances in the classical. This Armageddon game, fortunately, like you said, it doesn't really matter whether he had won or lost. He would need a win in the classical tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he just needs to, shrug it off. He will understand. He understands, of course, that it doesn't matter for the tournament standings. It's always nicer to win than to lose. Credit to Norway who played a really nice game. Oh my goodness. Played a really nice game. Shall we quickly go to Anish and Alireza?
Yeah. So let's have a look at that game. Well, things have really gone out of way. What has happened here? Let's recap everything real quick. We left off here. King g2, rook takes a3, rook f7, king g6, bishop c4, protecting the rook, takes, check, king here, rook f8, threatening mate in 1, takes, check, here, takes. Anish in a bit of trouble now, because he's really passive. He finds some good moves. King e4, apparently mistake. Here, okay, apparently king f4, but okay, they're super long time. He gets the knight in, and after some weird complications, they are in this endgame where Anish has a rook and some pawns, and Alireza has the bishop and the rook. Now, if Alireza can pick up this pawn, he has chances to win, but it's going to be difficult. I think especially given the fact that there's only a 10-second increment, there are chances, but, I mean, bishop c6, g4, you keep the game going. You keep the game going. Aha.
Yeah, no, just...
Check. It's not over.
I'm sure in a classical game, Anish would easily hold rook against rook and bishop, but do you feel with 10 seconds it becomes a lot more difficult? Or if you know it, you just know it?
I think with 10 seconds increment, it does become a lot more difficult. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think he should still hold. Like, here's the thing. I think in a classical game, you should hold. In a blitz game, I think you very easily lose with only a couple seconds. And I think in a rapid game, which is what this game is right now, it's difficult, but I think he should still hold.
The question is, will Alireza be able to pick up the pawns in the first place? Doesn't look so easy at all.
No, so let's see how he's going to try to do it. He goes rook g4. Now Anish has to move his king, or rook c8 is possible as well. He goes there. Okay, you need to get your bishop. No, but I don't think there's a way. Like, black just sits here. And the moment you go here, then there's king f3. So I think this one will probably end in a draw. And yes, some people are asking, tomorrow Hikaru is playing with white pieces.
Yeah, tomorrow the decisive game for the whole tournament. If Hikaru wins, he wins outright, right?
Yes, if Hikaru wins, he wins outright. He's 2.5 points behind Fabiano, but that is just enough to leapfrog him because a winning classical will get him 3 points.
Will you be here tomorrow?
Yes, you'll be here tomorrow as well, right?
Yes, I will be.
Okay,
tomorrow
awesome,
also with more energy than today. Today was, I don't know, a long day of traveling and appointments and then my throat. But tomorrow, I'll be hydrated, I'll be well rested, and I'll bring the energy.
Awesome. But yeah, he needs to win tomorrow, so we're gonna send him lots of energy, and hopefully it will be enough for him to get the job done. In the meantime, Anish playing quickly. I don't really see a way for Alireza to ever get that pawn, but he will keep trying for a while. And Here's the thing. To take this pawn, you will have to somehow maybe put your bishop on c4. But the moment you do that, black is going to push this g pawn. So I think Anish can just sit, and nothing really should happen here. King f2. Yeah, bishop c4, king f3. And the funny thing is, even if this game ends in a draw, they fight again.
Yeah. It's crazy, actually, with those. Like, that's the funny thing about this format. When all the games are done and you think it's just the last game, no, actually it isn't. And then there's this 20-minute break.
All right, so I don't know. We might get Hikaru for an interview. I don't know. Of course, I would understand that if he's probably going to be a little bit frustrated with today. Of course, it would be great, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, also I think maybe, I mean, I would understand that he doesn't come, especially if he wants to prepare. I mean, there's a lot of tomorrow is an absolutely crucial game. So we'll stick around until this game ends, and then take it from there. Alireza's still trying to find a way to pick up that c pawn, but as you said, I mean, Anish has now demonstrated, you know, this defensive setup, and we don't really see how to break it. Although, what now?
I wonder if Anish can go g4. I goes king f2. Okay, now bishop c4. Bishop c4, king f3 though takes g4. It's just a draw. King f3.
I like how the engine thinks that black is better.
Yeah, which is kind of funny. Okay, so let's see. So king f3, we take g4. You know, king d2, g3, check. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Okay, someone is asking if I have Riz. I'll let the chat answer that.
I can do a poll.
Anish taking his time now. King f3 has been played. Okay, you take. Ah, but can you do this? King c3, g4. Wait, king d2. Can you take in g3? No, you can't. King e1, g2, check. Okay, g4, king d2, g3, bishop e2, and it's still a game. It's still a game. King d2, g3, I suppose. I mean, in case of bishop d5, you take in g2. That should be pretty sure that's an instant draw.
Yeah.
Check. Or, yeah, check. King here, maybe? Okay, check. Ah, you go here. But it's still not completely over. Check. King g1. Bishop f3.
I can tell you, I wouldn't want to be on the defensive side of this. It always looks so easy when the engine is running and it's just like 0 zeros. But I'm already impressed that Alireza even managed to pick up one pawn.
Yeah, for sure. All right. But let's see. I mean, he's down to 40 seconds. Anisha's very clear plan, g2, get his king out of the way, and make Alireza give up one of his pieces. And he's also got the idea of rook g5, putting that rook behind. So it looks tough for white to keep this game going. Maybe bishop f3, you can meet g2 with here. And that's what he goes for. Maybe rook g5, preparing this.
Yeah, rook g5 looks solid. Huh? No.
All right, unfortunately, Hikaru will not be joining us today. He's pretty tired after his game, which is very understandable. Like, he had a tiring Glasgow game, and then the Armageddon didn't go his way, unfortunately. And yeah, he will just need all the energy he has for tomorrow's matchup against Fabiano.
I think it's a sensible, like, it's the most logical decision. Of course, we would have loved to see him, but as you said, he really needs all the energy tomorrow. What is Anish thinking about? Can we still go rook g5?
Or I think you can just go G2. G2, rook G4, and you give a check here.
Check.
And then you move your king like here or to H2. And there he goes. So this one should be over pretty soon, I think. Rook G4, check. King E3, and King H2. I think that's just game over. Yeah, and I think Alireza
And
has
by
to
game over,
bishop.
you mean game on?
Yes, yeah, the Armageddon will be on. Okay, so King H2 here, and I think that's it. King F1 also fine, but I think you just go here. Yeah, you have to do this. Rook H4, King G3, and you still Bishop G2, and there we have it. So this game between Alireza and Anish is gonna end in a draw, and they will move on to an Armageddon as well.
Yeah, a very exciting game. I think both players had chances today to do something in the classical game. I think this one, I think we saw two extremely exciting games today. This one and the Gukesh against Ariantari. So these two are going to meet again 20 minutes from now for the Armageddon. I'm waiting for our lovely production team. I have no idea what you guys have done. I guess we'll cover it, but I don't know. I think we're gonna go, on a break and then come back for the Armageddon. So that's what we're going to do. We'll take a break now and we'll be back for the Armageddon decided between these two. So don't go anywhere and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 8 of Norway Chess 2023. Today's been a marathon, but it is finally coming to an end. We have the Armageddon between Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri. Fiona, who is your pick in this matchup?
I'm going to go with Alireza. I feel with the white pieces, I'm very curious. I don't think he will repeat his opening experiment from earlier today. I'm going to go with him. What are you going to go with?
I do have to admit that Alireza is the favorite. He's the world #1 in blitz chess, but he does repeat that same opening. Wow, that's quite surprising.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it did in the end lead to a tremendously exciting game. So let's see how this one goes. We didn't follow the game closely enough. I don't know if you know if we've already deviated.
Knight A3. Oh. Okay, I'm not impressed, I have to say. Like this could be an idea of white is the spin over here or in some sort of Italian. He goes C4, but he's still playing very quickly. So maybe this is some preparation by Alireza. It kind of looks like in English, but instead of having the doubled C pawns, he's having doubled A pawns, which look quite ugly.
Yeah, very interesting to allow this. And now the knight trying to get into F5. The black knight jumping into a nice central square on D4. The only way to kick it out from there is to take it eventually. I think you just highlighted the move F5. Surely that has got to be the idea. But it is black to move. I mean, G5 is not a move I would consider, but it is, it is certainly a move.
And Anish goes C5 with that idea that after F4 he can take and his knight remains defended. He built up a very nice wall of pawns, and I don't know, I mean, F4, it's a move you want to make, but you can't recapture with the pawn because it leaves your knight hanging. So maybe Queen E1 to make sure that you can protect the knight over here. And he goes Rook B2. Interesting. I think soon, like at some point in the future, he wants to swing this rook over to the king side.
Yeah, it looks like he's slowly building up. I like your idea of maybe Queen E1, there was Knight C2. I don't know if... So that way, at least now with the rook on B2, everything is covered. And here comes your idea of Queen E1 getting ready to play F4.
And G5 by Anish. Oh, how does Alireza deal with this? Because Knight F3, you take, and you take here. Maybe he has to do something crazy like F4. I like how Anish is playing this game, but Alireza up 3.5 minutes on the clock. He could also take a Knight F5, but that's really not doesn't look pretty.
Yeah, I mean, is it F4 and F4 and we get some madness yet again?
Alireza taking his time, so let's see what move he will come up with. I think F4 is definitely up his Alireza. So let's see, and there we go, it's played.
So F4, how does this line work? If black captures on H4, F5 traps the bishop. Retrostat also opens up that bishop from E3. Black king could be in some danger here. The computer, of course, says it's fine for black, but I wouldn't want to be black over the board.
And Anish has taken on H4 and takes on G3. Not sure about this one. I mean, Alireza can take, although I guess you go King H7. You can also take here first, but it all seems a little bit slow. Maybe Alireza has to take here first, but I guess FE or maybe Knight E. And Queen H4, all of this on the board. Wow, nice move by Anish. He's sacrificing the rook, but he gets dominant control over the dark stars. Queen E3 has been played by Alireza, and he's currently still down a full piece, but he's aiming for someone like Bishop G5.
Okay, the bishop on E6 is also still trapped. Bishop G5, would that be so bad if we just drop the queen back? What's your idea? Then you take on G3. Okay.
It really shouldn't be too terrible, because like you said, we can't just go queen to H5. But the one thing that is concerning is Anish's time. He's down 4 minutes on the clock. Now, 4.5 minutes is still quite a bit of time, but the position is pretty wild. He still has to make another 21 moves, maybe something like King H7, so that after Bishop G5, you go Queen H5, and you're going to follow with Rook G8 very quickly.
Yeah, I like your suggestion of king h7 a lot, just sort of keeping it safe. But Anish decides to hold on to the exchange. And we see the computer is not a fan of this greedy approach.
I think he also wants to be able to recapture with a rook and e6 so he can swing it over. But let's see what Alireza is going to do. Bishop g5 is a move, taking the pawn. If he can keep this messy and keep his time edge on the clock, I think he still has great chance to win this game. He goes bishop g5 and takes g3. Okay, king h7 now makes a lot of sense. And there Anish goes. And at some point, I assume we should take this bishop.
Yeah, maybe now, why not? Because what else? I mean, because black is ready, right, to play rook g8.
Yeah, still looks very solid for Anish. I mean, rook g8, he's getting ready for that. Alireza takes the bishop. I assume Anish wants to recapture the rook, and then he can swing in the other rook as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's do a quick material count. After rook takes e6, what's the material?
It is even. It is actually completely even, like no side is up a pawn or something. Now, rook takes e6, good move. He wants to bring in this rook as well, but it did take him a little bit of time. Maybe something like h4, bishop h3 for Alireza, but it feels a little bit too speculative. I mean, there's f6, rook g8. I don't know if any of that is going to work out. Maybe you can bring in the rook, but I guess Anish takes a pawn with something like f6. Again, I think Anish has played a good game. The one thing that is concerning is the time, but he's speeding up at this point.
He is speeding up, yeah, and Alireza has been spending a bit of time. I've just been staring at the position, trying to wrap my head around it. Benjamin, if you had to play one side here, which side would you pick?
Tough question. I mean, on one hand, I think, like, in terms of the position on the board, I would certainly pick Anish's position, but he is way down on the clock. That being said, I guess I would still go with him. Bishop e3, rook g8. Looks scary.
Yeah, it feels like the tide is starting to turn somehow. I really liked White's attacking chances earlier, but suddenly after rook g8, it looks like the white king is actually the one that's in more danger.
For sure, yeah. Anish can also pick up an exchange with knight e2, but I don't know, you take, and then something, he goes for knight e2. Okay, take, what is the move here for Alireza? I don't see it right away. Bishop h3 runs into this. There's perhaps rook f2. I mean, it's kind of messy now. It's kind of messy. Again, if Alireza can keep the game going, he has good chance to win the game because of the time.
Okay, so what does he has to find either rook f2 or rook e1? As you said, I mean, bishop h3 is the move we would like to play. Can we play? I don't know. King h1 is just way too slow, yeah?
It feels too slow, yeah. Black brings in the rook with the tempo. But what I like about rook f2 is that we kick the queen away. We always defend the g2 bishop with our rook. And then we still have a chance later on to slide in with our queen. He goes bishop h3. Wait, rook g8? Wait, I mean, you can sack the queen, but wait, doesn't... bishop g5.
That's a nice resource. But still, so rook g8, bishop g5, and if the rook drops back, rook e7.
Then maybe a check. You can, and then maybe take here.
What a mess.
I don't know, but Anish in the tank, he has 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It's very, very tricky. I mean, either Anish, like if the position gets too complicated, I think it's just going to lose because of the time. But rook g8 looks like a good move. Bishop g5 now is forced. Okay, rook e7, I suppose only move. You have to move the rook and defend the knight over here. And let's see what Alireza has in mind there. You could perhaps take the knight and then take on f6 and start threatening stuff over here.
Yeah, not a bad idea, actually.
Oh, there's a pretty important line. If we take on d7, black might actually go f takes g5. And in case of check, king h8, take, and black takes. Queen takes, and then rook g7. Let me show that one real quick. So here.
That's really nice.
5 king back, and if you take, black takes. and loses. Yeah, no, great line. And miss bishop g6.
You had me convinced. You sold it well. Yeah, still incredibly messy position. Does it help us to throw in a check on f5?
I think it would be nice to keep that check on tap. Like, we can always throw it in later, right? If we do this, we can go bishop f5 with a tempo. Bishop g4, also a possibility here. Alireza deep in the tank, down to 4 minutes and 45 seconds. I don't know. Actually, wait. If white does this, black can also do this. If you take the queen, black takes here and wins the queen back, and you're not going to lose this endgame with the black.
This is a nice line, actually. And I think it makes sense for Alireza to spend his time here, because if he liquidates into an endgame like the one we just saw, there's no winning chances. But now what?
Gave a check, king h8. I don't see how he keeps the game going here. After both, I mean, black's just going to take here, and again, bishop g4, f takes g5 kills the game right away.
Yeah, not easy to find a move for Alireza.
You know, I think Anish has this in the back right now.
Very impressed with how Anish has defended this.
Exactly, yeah. He was in some trouble, but he held on very tenaciously, and it seems like he's going to win this one now. I mean, the bishop is under attack, and there's no good way to defend it. I mean, maybe queen h3, but it looks really... Like, black is, of course, not going to take right away.
And time is slowly evening up now. Only 3 minutes 20 for Alireza. But the problem is not so much the time situation, just that it looks like he has no move to keep the attack going.
Yeah, no, and Alireza is now also getting low on time. I guess, yeah, he realizes that there's nothing good here. Again, like, if he goes into a variation like this with g4, it's not necessarily that white is losing, but you're never going to win this. You're down a pawn. You have these double pawns, so I don't know. I mean, I don't see how he can keep the game going. I think he missed a big opportunity right here. I think rook f2 would definitely keep the position very, very complicated after something like this. Rook g8, queen f3. It's really anyone's game, but now it seems like it's just dead, and the time's evening up.
Yeah. Looks like Anish is the one who's going to take the extra half point here.
Indeed, yeah. No, very impressive. All right, so let's see what is going to happen. Alireza, he's spending all of his time. I mean, I don't see it. I think bishop f5 was a little bit too early. He should have perhaps taken on d7 first, or start with bishop g4. I don't see a move. Neither does he. And his time is ticking down. Anish must be feeling more confident with every passing second.
Yeah, for sure. He's probably figured it all out. And well, here we go. Bishop g4. But this very nice line you were showing. It takes on g5 going into an endgame.
Yeah, f takes g5 just completely kills the game. I don't think there's a way. Maybe what you can... Oh, goes queen c2. Wait. Why? I mean, now there's maybe a way for Alireza to keep things going, like rook f2, or maybe taking here, fg, and bishop g4, and it's very much game on. So let's see what he will go for. But now he's burned all of his clock.
Yeah. 1 minute 30 for Alireza. No, the position looked really promising, but
okay, I mean, and he still hasn't reached the increment yet.
No.
So he has to make another 10 moves in a minute. So very tough position.
What do you think? Is this game gonna reach move 40? No, it should actually.
I guess it should. He takes on d7. Okay, I guess you take here. Although you can recapture as well. But staying here looks very logical. Then we can still go bishop g4, blocking the g file. And you shouldn't lose with black. Wait, can black just do, let's say, take and rook h7? Check, rook here. White might not have more than a draw, but let's see. Let's see what Alireza is going to do here.
45 seconds, still 9 moves to make.
He might just flag. He might just straight up flag.
Yeah, it's a lot of moves.
I'm gonna make a bold prediction. I think this game is not gonna reach move 40. Wait, there's no increment. I mean, Alireza has to move. Wait, no. He's gonna lose on time. He's gonna lose on time.
What's going on here? I mean, the time is literally just ticking down.
You've got to move. You've got to move. He's completely frozen. 12 seconds for 9 moves. He's gonna lose on time.
Has he actually not made a move?
Gotta move. Okay.
Oh my god, he's got 8 seconds for 8 moves. What the hell?
Okay, G6. Can you take? Oh, Rook H7. Nice fine by Anish. Okay, it's over. That's it.
Very nice defense by Anish. What a match this was.
Very nice.
What a match.
Indeed. Yeah, very nice final touch by Anish. It looked problematic for him. Like, the position was complicated and he was way down on time, but Alireza completely froze. He spent all of his time. Again, look at this position right here. I think he's got good chances. I mean, he's got 6.5 minutes against 3. The position is equal, but he goes bishop h3 after like 45 seconds. Then he goes here right away. But here, he first of all spends a big chunk of his time going here, and then he spends almost all of his time going into a lost variation, and he just loses on time. So tough loss for Alireza, nice win for Anish. And I wonder, so let's have a look at the standings heading into the final round. So Fabiano Caruana is leading the field with 16 points, and right behind him is our streamer Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru is playing Fabiano tomorrow with the white pieces, and he needs a win. If he wins that game, he will win the tournament. With a draw, he might finish in second place, but Gukesh is right behind him in third. Then we have Wesley So and Anish on 11.5. We have Magnus and Farouj on 10.5. We have Shahryar on 10, Noorderbeck on 7.5, and Aryan Tari on 3 points.
Yeah, tough tournament for Aryan, but tomorrow is the big one. Last round, Hikaru is in a must-win situation with the white pieces in order to win this Norway Chess 2023. Benjamin and myself will be back to take you through this last round game. Same time, same place. I was gonna give time zones, yeah, but it's 5 p.m. Central European, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. Sounds about right. So exactly. We'll see you then. This is the big one for all the marbles, so we need you all here. We need the energy. Thank you so much for watching us today. It's been a pleasure to be here, and can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Until then, have a good one, and see you tomorrow.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.
Bye.